Okay. So welcome to the regular city council meeting in the city of San Clemente for March 15th, 2022. City clerk, please.
Yes, I'll take the roll. Councilmember Noblock,
Here.
Councilmember Ward,
Present.
Mayor James,
Here.
and Councilmember Ferguson and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan are absent.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, I see Chris Duncan walking out of the conference room as we speak.
Oh, okay.
So let the record reflect. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Duncan here at 5 o'clock on the nose. Madam Clerk, do we have any cards? Lou?
Mayor, I make a motion that we go into closed session.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-0.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have the pastor here?
We were just saying that. We don't see him.
Okay.
Brian, it says we're recording. We're live. Okay, it's 6 o'clock. Welcome to the March 15th, 2022 regular meeting of the San Clemente City Council.
Mayor, point of order. I can't hear because there's talking in the gallery.
Can we have your seat? Thank you. City Clerk,
Okay. Is Senior Pastor Holland Davis here? No.
so we'll move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Deputy City Clerk Jimenez, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For the roll call, Councilmember Noblock, Councilmember Ward,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Here.
Mayor James,
Here.
and Councilmember Ferguson is absent. First item on the agenda is Orange County Fire Authority Fuel Management and Natural Mitigation Hazard Update from Public Works. And when you're ready, we have one speaker card.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
My name is Juan Huerta. I'm a senior fire prevention specialist with the Orange County Fire Authority in the community wildfire mitigation section. This presentation tonight was going to be geared toward fuel modification inspections as well as defensible space inspections. We had prepared a PowerPoint presentation for this evening. The primary roles of the community wildfire mitigation section are again to perform these fuel modification inspections as well as defensible space inspections in both HOA areas as well as for single family dwellings. Should I refer to someone to?
Here we go.
There you go. Okay, so OCFA works closely with the city of San Clemente regarding these inspections as well as identifying city properties that are adjacent to areas in what are known as the wildland urban interface. And what we do is we typically coordinate an annual meeting with city staff to kind of go over our inspection process and again to go over city properties that are adjacent to these areas. Currently, OCFA is inspecting numerous properties located in what are known as the very high fire hazard severity zones. Next slide. So OCFA has the authority to do these inspections by a few means. We have the local responsibility area in the which is really governed by the government code section 51182. Then we've also got the California Fire Code in chapter 49. For new structures being built in the very high as well as wildfire risk areas, we have our C05 guideline. And this guideline is actually adopted by the city and gets codified into the fire code. This next slide actually shows the municipal code for San Clemente that has the chapter 49, which again, the C05 guideline.
May I interrupt you?
Sure.
Do you have hard copies of this? Because I see people squinting and not being able to. So would you have hard copies of this if anyone in the audience wants a hard?
Unfortunately, we did not bring any hard copies. We can definitely provide this to you and then you could potentially post it maybe in the future if that works.
And if one in the audience wants it, just give the clerk your contact information and we will email it to you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Next slide. So we've got a map that's here up on the screen that illustrates the very high fire hazard severity zone. OCFA is actually inspecting just under 2,000 properties every year within the city. Again, we inspect both single-family dwellings as well as HOA areas that either have fuel modification or HOA common area slopes. Next slide. What you see on here is everyone, I mean, I know it's difficult to see up there, but every property that we're inspecting has a red house. OCFA uses a collector app, and what this does is allows us to do inspections out in the field with using today's technology. All those houses that are red are areas that are in the very high. Again, whether it's a single family dwelling, we do inspections in fuel modification areas as well as defensible space areas. What the code requires is 100 feet of defensible space or to the property line. In some cases, some properties, because of the lot dimensions, we may only be able to do 40 feet. In some cases, these properties that go further, again, we're only enforcing the 100 feet of defensible space. Oftentimes we get asked about the ongoing insurance issues, premiums going up, policies getting canceled. Unfortunately, OCFA doesn't have any control of this. This is really a problem that's not isolated to San Clemente or even the County of Orange. It's something that's been a phenomenon that's been happening throughout the state. So it's just one of those things that it's burdening a lot of residents. Next slide. So what you see here, I'm sorry, can we go back one? Got a little picture. So what you see up here is fuel modification. Again, with the fuel modification, it is a plan that was conditioned at the time of build or development. It's again, those properties that are in a very high area or are in a wildfire risk area. So all of the blue, I know it's difficult to see, are properties that have a fuel modification plan. And really they stretch from the north of Talega all the way down to areas like Sea Summit. What that fuel modification plan calls out for are ongoing maintenance, plant type and specific plant pallets. It calls out the spacing requirements and also the frequency of the maintenance. Next slide. Now what you see are photos of a fire that occurred roughly a month ago in the Forester Ranch HOA. As previously stated, this area is currently not mapped in the very high, but with the ongoing community outreach, we've been reaching a lot of HOAs and expressing the importance of vegetation management. And it's just letting folks know that how imperative it is to have good fuel modification as well as defensible space. The recent fire in Emerald Bay, again, we're out in that community doing defensible space inspections every year, and it really highlighted the importance of having that good defensible space. So what is fuel modification? It's a planned landscape design that reduces the threat of wildfire by creating a fire-resistant divider between homes that are adjacent to areas of natural plant life or open space. The whole purpose of a fuel modification plan and defensible space for that matter is, number one, to protect firefighters. It provides them a safe defensible space to actually defend these structures from the threat of a wildfire. It slows the spread of a wildfire. It reduces direct flame and radiant heat, and it improves the chances of a home surviving a wildfire. This document is our C05 guideline. Again, this is a document that's actually codified and adopted into the fire code. This document is for new structures that are being built in the very high and in wildfire risk areas. It speaks to distances. It speaks to specific plant pallets. It restricts certain plant types. And it gives the description as far as how a vegetation is supposed to be maintained. That concludes the presentation. Do want to appreciate the council and the city of San Clemente for allowing OCFA to speak about this important topic. If anybody has any questions.
Council, any questions?
One quick question, if I could.
Sure.
This report deals with new construction. How about existing canyons and if the fire threat for our existing urban canyons that have homes built right up in the edge of the canyon? you recommending any modification issues there?
Sure. Depending on the landowner, we can only enforce up to the property line. So really it's defensible space requirements call for 100 feet or to the property line. What OCFA has been trying to do is work with the city in identifying city-owned property areas where the city could potentially perform some additional vegetation maintenance to provide those existing homes with shorter distances, some additional defensible space.
We have a number of canyons. Are you currently working with our city staff to recommend fuel reduction? So
Yes.
that we don't have either zero insurance or super high jacked up insurance, homeowners insurance for those people that happen to live in the proximity of an urban canyon like we're experiencing here in San Clemente?
Sure. So we're working closely with the city. We're identifying these areas. The city has performed some maintenance in some areas. But as far as the specifics, we'd have to speak with the city staff and, these other areas that you're talking about. But really, it depends on who the landowner is.
Okay, so you're
It's-
actively engaged with our staff on our
Correct.
canyons.
We try to work in great partnership and lockstep with the city as far as identifying these areas.
Thank you, Officer Huerta. Appreciate it.
I have no quick question. Please. Well, and thank you for coming on and thanks Chief Capabianco for serving the city well. Thank you for that presentation. Question about the Forester Ranch recent incident. Because as I understand it, that did involve some vegetation that was supposed to be more of the fire retardant vegetation. And again, I don't have all the details. It did seem like it did combust. Were there any lessons learned about that situation that could be used? I'm in Talega. We have a lot of those areas
Sure.
through our canyons, just like you showed on the map. Were there any lessons learned about how we can better manage future potential fires?
Sure. So we're constantly engaged with HOAs as far as providing some recommendations on better plant selections. That particular area, it did have acacia. It did have the good variety of acacia. However, it's still combustible material that, subjected to any type of heat for any prolonged amount of time. It's just that nature is just going to combust. But in most cases, as long as it's lower in height, which is the 2-foot requirement that we have, it's going to have less of a fire behavior and less potential.
Okay.
And I believe that was a arson as well, right?
Sure. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
it was a citizen, one of the homeless, or one of the
Right.
facilities
So
in the
so if you
neighborhood.
intend to start a fire, you can do that with almost any material. Okay, thank you.
And that fire was knocked down in very, very short
Yeah.
order. It was impressive, the suppression effort.
The homes were never, you all did, Captain Bianco, Chief Bianco, you all did a great job that day. Thank you very much. And I know the residents on that street really appreciate what you did. Inspector, that's all we have. Oh, perfect.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you.
your time. Thank you.
I think we have a public comment.
Yes, Mike, no last name provided.
And if I may, Mayor, we have a part 2 to this presentation from Kyle Koger on the natural mitigation plan as well.
Okay, we'll let the speaker come up.
Perfect.
Thank you, Council. I want to take an extra second to thank you a second time for bringing this presentation about. And it's very much appreciated. I think it's an important discussion that we have in our community, both out of the fear of safety out of fire, but also, of course, as I brought up in other meetings, the increase in rates. I've done a little investigating over the last few weeks and found that somewhere around 25% increase has gone on in our community with homeowners, and that numerous homeowners have been told if they do file a claim, even for smoke damage, like we could have had by Forester Ranch, that they will be dropped. Dug in a little deeper and found that we have these amazing professionals who are looking at this very seriously, going into great minutiae and following a fire code, which calls for 100-foot setback, et cetera, et cetera. Then I went into the insurance side of things and found something kind of troubling. The insurance companies want 200 feet. 100 foot isn't going to cut it. So we have a disconnect between code and code enforcement, following through, doing the right thing, following what's been written out, and what insurance companies want. And that, I don't know how to get past. I don't know what to do. I don't know if we as a community can even do anything. It's a statewide problem. But it's a problem. I did a quick back of the napkin calculation, and it's millions and millions of dollars in our community, probably north of $15 million a year in recent 1 year, year and a half ago increases in the fire insurance premium, the increase. And even more troubling, residents here have been told if they file, they won't get any more insurance at all. So I just want to conclude. Thank you very much for bringing this up. I personally am going to follow up with some of these gentlemen and some of the experts that we have in our city and keep kind of looking at this stuff. We might want to think about 200-foot setbacks or something else. I don't know the answer, but I do want to thank you for looking into this and bringing it to everyone's attention.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. City manager, could you investigate that 100-foot, 200-foot setback?
Absolutely.
And coordinate with Chief Capobianco as well on that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have a second, you have another speaker
There
card?
was another presentation, I believe, city
Well, it's
manager.
part of the
said.
same
We have
one.
a second part of this presentation.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kyle Coger, Public Works Director. I'm going to give you a quick update on the natural hazard mitigation plan. This plan was created as a result of the Federal Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000. The goal is to develop strategies and a plan for natural hazard events, reduce vulnerability to disasters, and reduce risk from natural hazards. The plan is required in order to qualify for certain grants under the Federal Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, the Pre-Disaster Mitigation Program, and the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program. There are 6 hazards that are addressed in the plan to include earthquakes, landslides, flooding, tsunamis, wildfires, and nuclear. San Clemente's plan was adopted by the City Council in January of 2005. Many stakeholders were involved or consulted to create the plan to include city staff, citizens, OCFA, OCSD, the County Office of Emergency Management, Water District, Utilities, School District, and SONGS. The Hazard Mitigation Advisory Committee is supposed to implement the plan and meet quarterly. The plan needs to be evaluated annually and needs to be revised every 5 years and submitted to the State Hazard Mitigation Officer and FEMA. The plan is due to be updated, but the city is already addressing many of the action items. Any substantive update, approval, and adoption is about a 12-month process, and adoption of the plan does not create a mandatory duty for the city to perform any of that action items. That's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Coger. Thank you very much.
Next item is update on the homeless issue, February update. Is there a staff presentation on this item?
Yes. Adam.
Yes, there is. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. If IT would not mind putting that up on the screen, I appreciate that. So February was a busier month. We saw an increase in the number of outreach contacts. This is partly due to the last 2 months, being January and February, having an increase in the number of unduplicated individuals that were contacted. And this is a function of the number of new arrivals that we've seen has increased a bit since the, I'll say the fall. It's been at about 8 or 7 per month. However, we are getting more people into case management and trying to find those resources that are available. February, we had 4 street exits, and I can tell you that that a lot of that is based on people's acceptance of the services that we're able to connect them with, but also the amount of services available. While this information, what I'm about to say, will be reflected in next month's report, we have seen a little bit of an uptick in the availability of beds at some of the temporary shelters that the city partners with to provide for our homeless population. Though that's a basic overview of what happened last month. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those now.
Any questions, Council?
Quick one.
Sure.
Adam, a question on the stats for this month. We're up to about 53 or so homeless folks. 20% of that population has economic interests. Is a problem? I don't know of a single business in town practically that doesn't have a help wanted sign on their window, including the businesses in Rancho San Clemente and Talega business parks. And I see of that 20% or the 8 or so that have economic interest, only about 2 of those actually got economic assistance. I guess I'm just curious why economic issues are still there with such high demand for employees and willing to pay higher than minimum wage and signing bonuses and so forth. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's actually a great question, Councilmember Noblock. So the services that the city can provide are really connecting people with economic support. It's not something the city directly provides to people experiencing homelessness. Their ability or their desire to work is that's another question entirely. One thing that is interesting of note in last month's numbers is that 4 of the individuals that Carly made contact with are employed, and that's actually a rather large change. Typically, that number is 0 or 1. So we are seeing more employed homeless people, whether they want to or can acquire work. That's not something that the city has much say in.
Thank you. Anyone else? Because I have one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one. Well, I think the question is they may be able to find a job, but they can't find a place to live. So that fits within their economic means. I have heard and I have noticed an uptick in terms of the homeless population in the North Beach area, which has always been a trouble spot. I'm not sure if that's reflected anywhere in the report, but do you know, Adam, if that is something that Carly noticed? And is there anything more we can do to address that particular location?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, another great question. So that area, we did see an uptick over the last couple of weeks there. That is an area that we are addressing. And the city's new ordinance on storage of personal property in public does help us address this area because there are more areas that are identified as critical facilities around the North Beach train station than were previously codified. So that is something that we are working on. That ordinance became effective at the end of last week. So we are starting with education to let people know where they can and cannot store their property. So that is something we are actively doing now.
Okay, appreciate that. So maybe we can see some improvement for next time in that area.
Adam, when will the point in time count come out?
I do not know that information off the top of my head. I know that the assistant to the city manager, Jennifer Savage, was in communication with the county on that. But I don't know that information.
There's Jennifer now.
Hi, good evening, City Council. The point in time count results would be published in approximately June. They don't have an exact date, but we've been told about June.
These are small numbers. It's amazing that it takes that long. Do we have any indication what that number was?
We do not at this time.
They don't share that information with us?
Not yet, but we can certainly reach out to them again and ask if they have any preliminary data available.
And Adam, I have one other thing. Later this evening, we will adjourn this in memory of Angela Boone, who was an employee of code enforcement, who passed unexpectedly this past weekend. And Adam, our condolences to your staff, who I know they were all close with her. So just know we're thinking about her and thinking about you guys, and we will adjourn in her memory this evening.
That is greatly appreciated. She was very important to us, and this is really a devastating loss for our division.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
We do have two speakers. The first is Jennifer Massey, followed by Martina. 1B, homeless.
I know you know me well, but I want to thank you once again for your service. We really greatly appreciate it. The cities of Laguna Beach and San Juan Capistrano have developed shelters for their homeless. And with rents rising dramatically, we should anticipate there will be a consequential rise in San Clemente's homeless. City Council, I appreciate that you face a group of NIMBYers in our city, but the best of us have to rise up and do the humanitarian thing and find our homeless shelter here in San Clemente. There are several ideas of how to do that, but I think it's very important for the city council to hear from people who support what some of us feel is our duty to help our other human beings who are currently less fortunate than we are. And we who are sheltered owe it to our fellow man to help them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massey.
Good evening, council. I don't know when the last time anyone's been in North Beach, but the number of homeless there that are visible with pop-up tents, umbrellas that they're sleeping under, belongings has increased. And I'm aware that at night, the city's been in the habit of locking the bathrooms. And I understand that because of some of the activities that could happen there overnight. What I would like to suggest is perhaps a porta potty be unlocked at night so people that are in that area can use it, so they're not defecating in the parking lot or urinating in public. The other thing I wanted to know is the point of time survey was mentioned. I'd like to know how many members of our public safety committee or human affairs committee participated in that study and account. I think that it would be beneficial for committee members to sort of have a face-to-face look and a hands-on approach to some of the homeless. And the other thing I want to address is I did a PRI in regards to the $100 or per head luncheon that the city held. And I received a response from another city, and in it was addressing a city manager meeting that was addressing homeless that was hosted by another city. And they felt that $10.99 lunch per city manager was appropriate. So I'd like to know who authorized a $1,000 luncheon for 9 people in this city to discuss homelessness. The first charge was for $500, and there was 2 subsequent charges, and the event was held at Ole Hansen Beach Club. And the $500 charge really sort of stuck with me because it makes me wonder, what was that? Was that a room fee? Is the city paying a $500 room fee for a facility that we as a taxpayers own? Or was $1,000 just on the actual meal? I'd appreciate answers to those questions.
Thank you.
Next is a presentation by Patricia Wenskunis, founder and CEO of Crime Survivors.
Mayor, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this evening to share a little bit about crime survivors and the Crime Survivors Resource Center. I myself was a victim on April 4th of 2002 when my personal trainer came into my house, drugged me, wrapped my face and head in saran wrap, beat me black and blue, screaming that he was going to kill me and my 12-year-old son at that time. Almost 20 years later, I am here today, not as a victim, but a survivor, a mother, a grandmother, a friend, a community leader, and a voice for the voiceless, whether it's locally here in Orange County, Los Angeles County, throughout Southern California, whether it's in Sacramento, Washington, wherever it is. We are an organization that is a voice for the voiceless to bring awareness, prevention, advocacy, and healing throughout our communities. We are also here to be able to help families of murder, survivors of attempted murder, rape, domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, elder abuse, and human trafficking. Whether that be counseling and therapy, whether that be diapers and wipes for the babies every month, whether it be gas cards, gift cards, replacing beds where children have been molested and they shouldn't have to sleep in the bed that they were molested in, or rape victims as well. We help an average of 2,500 victims every single year. And we do a lot in the community. We have a great collaborative partnership with the Orange County Sheriff and the Orange County Sheriff's Department, of which we think that you guys do an amazing job. So thank you for doing what you do day in and day out, because it does matter. We're watching law enforcement being defunded and being attacked day in and day out, and it is sad to be able to witness and see. One of the main reasons why I'm standing here today is because of an officer, an investigator, and a detective that went truly above and beyond the call of duty for myself personally. I don't think I would have survived and thrived like I am today if it wasn't for law enforcement, if it wasn't for service providers that really do care for victims and survivors of crime. So in your community, there are victims day in and day out as well. Every community has them. Some of them are speaking out. Some of them are not even coming forward now because of devastating laws like AB 109, Prop 47, Prop 57, that are more supporting the offenders and the criminals than they are supporting the victims and the survivors out there. Actually, offenders and criminals are actually being referred to as the victims and the survivors, which is really sad for me, getting in this movement to help victims and almost 20 years later seeing it actually as worse in our communities. And so we need to speak out. We need to be able to have our elected officials to come forward and say, we support victims. Victims matter in our communities, and we're going to do whatever we can to be able to not only fund, but to be able to help, to support, to collaborate, to partner and work with other agencies like ours in the community, whether it's Waymakers, whether it's Laura's House, Human Options, many of the domestic violence shelters, many of the homeless that are being also victimized, and they don't have the tools or the support out there for having services to be able to support them. So I'm going to leave with you today these resource guides as well. I left a box over here. This is in collaborative partnership with the District Attorney's Office as well as the Orange County Sheriff's Department. There's many resources in here, whether it's for the Sheriff's Department, police departments, District Attorney's offices, Marcy's Law, which passed in 2008, which victims have a right to, bless you, that victims have a right to. And so we want to make sure that those victims have these resources, that they're distributed in the community, that they're connected, and that they know that they're not alone. If there's victims and survivors out there, I want you to be assured that you're not alone, that you can break the cycles of victimization and trauma, that people are out here that care, that want to help and support you through the legal process and ongoing after whatever happens through the court process. Because the person that tried to kill me was charged with deliberate premeditated attempted murder, burglary in the first degree, assault with a deadly weapon, and criminal threats. And through our legal system, he only served 120 days. And yet I'm still standing here today. With faith, there is hope. I believe that God can provide and guide. And myself personally, whatever somebody's walk or whatever they worship in their faith and their belief, that there is help and support out there. So I just want to thank you all tonight for allowing me to come in and share a little bit about myself personally and why I do what I do. We have an incredible team. I highly suggest that you go on our website, which is crimesurvivors.org. You'll be able to see who's involved, who's on our board, our council, our advisory members. You know, we have over 100 volunteers, and over 93% of every dollar that we bring into this organization goes right back out to the community.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Any questions, comments?
Thank you for what you do. Support.
Can you tell me, I know the district attorney's office has a yearly crime survivors. Were you there at that?
I was.
Okay,
yes.
I was trying to remember if you were there or not. We all had to wear masks.
Yes.
So
I was one of the speakers, and I've
Okay,
worked
I
very
thought so.
closely with District Attorney Todd Spitzer since he was actually the first person that I originally went to when I started the organization. He was in the assembly at that time. And we worked very closely all these years, and it was him and I that actually put that monument together. Yes.
All right, thank you for that. I thought you were. I just wanted to make sure that you were affiliated with that because we see that every year. I think Councilmember Noblock and I both went to that. That was one of the first outings that we got to go to, even though we had to wear a mask. It was just nice to be outside and to be with all of you. It's a
Well,
very
please mark your
powerful group.
calendars for April 25th because it will take place at the Orange County District Attorney's Office. And it will be held during National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And then also you guys are all invited to our Superhero Run Walk Health and Safety Expo, which is in partnership with the Orange County Sheriff's Department and District Attorney's Office. That will be held on April 30th in Orange County and in the city of Irvine. But everybody is welcome to attend.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
I have a slide presentation, if you can please cue it up. So good evening, Council. At the last meeting, Gene James spoke of his offense over the word ethics coming into play over his proposal of 100% increase on the stipend for incoming council members. Is there a reason why he finds that word so offensive? In October 2019, the San Clemente Times published a story on the controversy in regards to the false claims that Gene James was a recipient of the Legion of Merit. Gene stated that he was not such a fool to believe that he can get away with such a lie, and that he retired without knowing if he was a recipient or not. Next slide, please. In December of 2021, Gene testified under oath that he had seen the Legion of Merit and denied ever wearing one. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the 2019 USO Gala where Gene is pictured wearing the Legion of Merit. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the 2016 USO Gala where Gene is pictured wearing the Legion of Merit. These pictures are refuted evidence that Gene wore the Legion of Merit on at least 2 occasions, and again after denying having ever worn it. Next slide, please. Mr. Duncan, you're an attorney, correct? Is there a word or criminal offense used to describe someone who knowingly gives false testimony while under oath? Mr. Duncan, in your campaign, you claim to be very concerned about the allegations of stolen valor. You went as far as to call for a full and complete explanation of what he knew and when, and if he couldn't, he should resign. Mr. Duncan, why are you now silent on the issue? Mr. Duncan, was that just something you said to help you in your campaign? Mr. Duncan, why did you run for a 4-year term when clearly you had aspirations for running for assembly again? Mr. Duncan, do you not feel that you owe it to your constituents to be true to your word? Number 6. Next slide, please. Number 6. Mr. Duncan, why did you call Mr. James's abuse of a sheriff's deputy a personal matter? Yet you voted for the city to spend additional funds and attempt to seek coverage where Mr. James is named as an individual in a civil suit. Next slide, please. Mr. Duncan, when Councilmember Noblock voiced his concern over Gene James's behavior towards the deputy, Mr. James was so angry that he put his hands on a fellow councilman. Mr. Duncan, is Mr. James's behavior acceptable to you? Mr. Duncan, why do you repeatedly fail to address the misconduct of Mr. James?
Thank you very much.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with the honorable city council members and staff who I am wanting to acknowledge tonight for their great work on procuring a grant from the California Coastal Commission to help us fund some coastal resiliency strategies that will really help clean up our beaches and hopefully reduce some of the erosion that we're seeing right now on our beaches. All of us have heard me tell you that our beaches, our clean beaches, our pristine beaches that we value are the economic driver in our town. And so consequently, your efforts, your approval of the grant to the California Coastal Commission was a big win. In fact, they liked the grant so much, they looked at it and said, why don't we give you a little bit more money if you'll add something to the amendment? For example, doing a study, a feasibility study to see what we can accomplish by implementing some of these strategies. Good move. And in fact, it's one of the things that the Coastal Advisory Committee had recommended in several years in a row for the city as well. So we're looking at it with clear eyes here. And the next one was to also do a shoreline monitoring program to track beach width and changes to the beach profile each fall and spring. And we had recommended that as well. However, it did not get out of the running gates, I guess, to higher administrative level to get something done with that either. But let's not look backward. Let's look forward to the positive things that can now happen. So we will be able to, through our studies, be able to decide whether we should be protecting certain things on our beaches, or sand or berms or whatever. Should we use adaptation? Should we do protection? And there's all kinds of things that we can monitor with the feasibility study and decide what's going to be most reasonable for San Clemente to use. And then the other good news is, and maybe Mr. Duncan already knows this, the results or not, and I don't know if it's in, and maybe you might want to comment when I go sit down or when the speaker's finished, the results of, or the voting that's going on. It may have ended, or I'm not sure tonight, for the $9.3 million of money to go towards the Army Corps of Engineering sand project that we've had in San Clemente, hoping and wishing for over 20 years now.
The president just signed that several hours ago.
I'm sorry?
The president just signed it several hours ago.
Hooray. Thank you so much for sharing that. I wanted to bring that up at the end of my minutes. I figured one of you gentlemen would know the answer to that. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing to protect our oceans and our coastlines. We will be better off as a whole community with your support doing these kinds of things. Thank you.
Jennifer Massey, followed by Amanda Kitnia, followed by Mark McGuire. Pardon me? This is oral communication. E-bikes, homeless, require gun owners carry liability insurance. Okay.
I'll be very short because the electric bikes, also known as e-bikes, are in reality motorcycles. I would like the San Clemente City Council to mandate that they be required to be licensed with license plates, pass a driver's exam, and carry insurance, and comply with regulations for motorized vehicles. Okay? There are also riders out there on what they call e-bikes who they're not old enough to take a driver's test. So, and where I live in Southwest San Clemente, there are all kinds of e-bikes flying around. And I noticed several groups don't wear helmets. I see some with a person on the back of the bike when there's no room really for a person on the back of the bike. So I'm not aware if their parents are aware of what is going on, but I think that we owe it to the residents of San Clemente to save their children's lives, save them from themselves, because these kids either aren't aware or just say, what the heck, I don't care about stop signs, about wearing helmets, about what speed they go and what control they're under or anything else. So again, I know that if we pass something like this, that some of these are underage. And then some other people parents who say, well, they're saving me from having to drive them to trestles. They can just go on the sidewalks or the streets or the whatever. But I think that we need to do more about regulating these motorcycles. Thank you very much.
City Clerk, how many more cards do we have?
After Amanda Kitnia, we have Mark McGuire, and that's the end.
If anyone else has any cards, let's get them in. Thank you.
I feel like, hello, councilors, council members. I feel like I'm at a TCA Board of Directors meeting, speaking against civil rights violations and privacy violations such as COPPA. I'm respectfully requesting your assistance regarding the online release of private information of constituents, including that of a minor as well, on the city's webpage. The publishing of public comments of any resident without their consent, where their private information was not redacted, should not happen. I strongly believe in the right of privacy to every citizen, which our California Constitution guarantees. These rights apply to public government entities. A couple of weeks ago, I had the pleasure of speaking with Senator Bates' staff, Rhonda Reardon, about violations of Government Code 6255A and our Constitution, Article 1, Section 1. And Ms. Reardon advised me to speak at a city council meeting. I know this was brought up before by Councilmember Knobloch. However, back in January, I was on the city webpage and I noticed that there was a page where it mentioned item 3, public comments, and which contained a list of 21 people. And I recognized some of these names, and one of the names stood out to me because it's the name of a minor. I also recognized the names of other San Clemente residents. When clicking on their names, it immediately opened a letter submitted by an individual along with their personal contact information included in that communication. However, none of their information was redacted. They did not give their consent for the city to do this or include them on a list on the city webpage. There was no disclaimers, no parental disclaimers as well. If any minor would go on there, there was no disclaimers to get parental consent. Several years ago, the redaction and disclosure of personal information was an issue with public comments submitted to the TCA at a public forum. At that time, District Attorney Todd Spitzer was a director of the TCA, was one of the directors of the TCA, and he was strongly opposed to the release of private information, and that consent was required. And furthermore, there was problems with COPPA. But the reason why I'm here is that it took the TCA just over a week for them to take down all those public comments with unredacted information. And it's been now, what, 2 months, and the city hasn't done that. But it's unfortunate is because this was tied into the censure of Councilmember Ferguson. So this behavior seems very retaliatory in nature because those public comments were about the censure. And someone must have gone through, what, 40 comments and took it down to only 21 comments. So I really want those public comments to be taken down. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor James, members of the council, Mark McGuire, resident of San Clemente. I'm here for 7A, but I saw just on my way in that we did get sand. And I've been here for a long, long time, hoping we would eventually get sand. And it's just fantastic to finally get that awarded and to be, I'd be interested to hear, I'm sure you guys will announce and we'll hear some of the details in terms of how that'll get implemented. It will be, of course, important to implement it in a good way. Let's get nice sand. We're a first-rate town. We deserve first-rate sand, and to implement it in a way that's smart, but it's just a fantastic milestone after a lot of effort by a lot of city councils and a lot of staff. And I just want to say kudos to all. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next item. Can we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-0. Are there any items that need to be agendized?
Nope.
Okay. Closed session report, city attorney.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. The council took no reportable action in closed session. Item C will be completed following the open meeting later on tonight.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion, unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. Yeah, I have not received any requests for removal.
I have a motion to,
Somebody else needs to make. that
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
aye.
Carries 4-0. First item under public hearing is a zoning amendment relating to temporary outdoor dining and parklets.
Good evening, Mayor James and members of the council. This item in front of you is regarding parklets or outdoor dining as it's commonly known in the city of San Clemente. And we do have a presentation that I'll be brief with and walk through this topic. If we could go to the next slide, please. Touching on some quick background on this topic, the city implemented a temporary outdoor operations program in 2020 and 2021 under the local emergency order that ended at the end of last year. However, there was some new state legislation enacted, AB 61 and SB 314, that paved the way for continuation of programs like this in any local jurisdiction in California. It extended ABC's catering authorization, allowing local businesses to serve alcohol beyond their typical premises. And it allows local agencies to consider reductions in parking standards. It operates between January 1st, 2022 and January 1st, 2024. So it's a limited term platform that we're looking at building this program off of. Council directed staff to work with both the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission. And after 2 meetings with both of those bodies, we're here today with a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission. We go to the next slide. Thank you. The current outdoor dining standards that are in place are within our code section 17.28.205, and these will remain in effect.
Could you speak a little closer to the
Closer
mic,
to the
please?
microphone. My apologies.
Thank
17.28.205 is our current code standard, and this will remain in effect. I've actually talked to a few businesses who are interested in permanent facilities. Those types of businesses will still be directed to this section of our code that governs the process that may require entitlements, et cetera, for a full review of facilities that would be permanent.
Can I just stop you right there?
Sure.
Why is the mention of permanent even part of this? If all we are agendized tonight is temporary parklet dining.
Sure.
Why is that even in the discussion?
This is just to clarify that the zoning amendment is proposed to be a different section of the code, a new section of the code, whereas this existing section would provide a pathway for any business, as it already has done, to have permanent options. The new section is time limited, would expire at the end of 2023, and is a temporary enabling option. So over the course of the next 18 months, a business would be able to refer to 17-28206. But beyond that, they would not be able to refer to that section. This section is enabled, again, based off of state legislation that also sunsets at that time frame, at the end of that period. So the new section of code specifies that for this very limited period of or specific period of time, here's the process and procedures by which you can apply for a parklet within the city right of way or other locations as designated.
But none of what was in the governor's order applies to a permanent
Correct.
outdoor dining.
Correct. The governor's order applies as time limited, expiring January 1st, 2024.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Just to be clear real quick on the differences between the two, the existing code section does not allow outdoor dining to encroach into any parking areas. It's limited to restaurant use only, so other food and beverage businesses may not be able to participate. And tables and chairs on public property would have to be removed nightly. Those are a few of the standards that are within the existing code. If we go to the next slide, this is the proposal in front of you this evening, is this new section of code that would go under 17-28206 for the temporary parklet program. As I mentioned, this section of the code would be temporary, sunsetting at the end of 2023. It would have a check the boxes regulation process for administrative approval. Within your attachments, there is an example of the standard approved layout. So we would not be looking at requests for different sizes, or dimensions or structures. They would be the same within the public property. There is a process, as I've noted here, for modifications or alterations that would have to go back through our design review board. That would include, for instance, any requests to use the public sidewalk. Since we do have narrow sidewalks, generally this code section is going to be prohibitive of allowing dining on the sidewalk. But there is that process, as I mentioned, to request that design review. That would not be the same administrative process. Estimated cost for this program. There's variation in what businesses have spent to create a deck, but $10,000 falls in the realm of what many businesses paid previously. There will also be an expense for the concrete solid planters that are a part of the design to protect these decks from the flow of traffic, as well as a proposed monthly fee that would fall in the range of $750. The staff recommendation is to adopt a fee of $2 per square foot on public property, $1 per square foot of dining space on private property. And if we go to the final slide, this is one before the final slide. Parklet blueprint for angled parking. I mentioned this before. This was put together by the city's long-term landscape architect to give a reference of what those designs would look like. As you can see, in the past, this entire angle area would have been dining area with the railings extending all the way out to the end. The note 12, I know that's small and difficult to see, but within that yellow strip at the edge, that's where the concrete planters would go. They're to be spaced 5 feet off center of each other. And there's a significant amount of landscaping. One note, Planning Commission requested that those larger tree-looking symbols be shrubs, not trees, because there was some concern from businesses about maintaining views towards their frontages. So what's shown is smaller plantings there. I have some notes on this slide as well, just to provide some additional clarification. The Planning Commission did discuss at length whether or not to include a seat limitation. They ultimately are recommending a 16-seat limitation. What Pat Murphy's office provided here is it represents that difference. So their original submittal is alternative B that shows an example if there was unrestrained seating. Alternative A reduced that seating count to 16 so that you have a visual of what that would look like. As far as height, I already mentioned the tree limitation, but the only elements above the deck would be the standard required railing at 42 inches and then up to 3 umbrellas and 2 heaters. There would be no walls permitted. And if we can go to the final slide. So there's a number of recommendations that conclude the staff report, and that is to determine the zoning amendment consistent with the state's program and exempt under CEQA Class 21, which is for enforcement actions by regulatory agencies, to introduce ordinance number 1727 to establish a participation fee, as I referenced previously, and to finally provide direction to staff on whether to prepare a decision package and the budget to address what the Planning Commission had recommended to take additional actions on mobility solutions downtown. That concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Do you have any questions, or would you like to have public comments?
I'd like to have public comments, but one quick question on the presentation. Jonathan, the recommendation to have a parking management plan, I didn't see it. I recall reading in there that it was there were a consultant was going to prepare that. Is that correct?
That would be a consultant prepared.
Yeah, and the
yes.
cost of the consultant roughly?
I applied for a grant recently. Unfortunately, we did not succeed in getting that grant, but the grant was for $150,000.
And the plan would cost 150,000?
Approximately 150,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask a quick question on one thing Jonathan said, because I think it's pertinent. You said that this would be dining, outdoor dining only, yet in on page 9 in 17.28.206, page 9, it says applicability. This section shall apply to temporary outdoor facilities that are that are accessory to a food or a beverage business licensee. So that was one of my questions. Is it seems like it's throughout here that it could be something else, not just outdoor dining.
Correct. So, and this is a point that was discussed with Planning Commission as well. The recommendation was to allow for food and or beverage. So any business that has food or beverage as their business type would be a part of this. Previously, through the prior program under the emergency order, there was essentially unlimited business use or even organizational. We had churches that were permitted, barber shops, et cetera. So this doesn't cover any of that segment. It also would not cover additional outdoor display, but it would allow for any food or beverage as it's written currently.
So let's get to public comments and then we can ask questions.
Yes, if you'd like to open the public hearing. And the first three
Open the public
speakers will be Mike, no last name provided, Nikki Rathman, and Chris Aiken.
Council, first I wanted to voice simply a strong support for this idea. Outdoor eating in our wonderful climatic wonderland here in San Clemente is a joy. I think we all rediscovered it during this period. It at the same time enlivens our city center. And I hope that we see this fall through. It sounds like we would, but I wanted to support that and voice so. I'd also like to encourage us to potentially go past or beyond just the California ideas of codifying this and to think outside the box, potentially include some things that might be pertinent to life here at the beach. So I would encourage people before we approve everything to consider our special needs here. And specifically, I was thinking of ideas like electrifying these areas, bringing power out, potentially solar panels, all kinds of things, e-bike parking, e-bike charging, et cetera. I'd also like to see council ask some questions, you already did, but to really double down on just how many of these are going in our city center, spacing between them, et cetera. I also had a question about transferability of these. If a restaurant changes hands or a property changes hands, do these go along, et cetera. So there are many, many, many areas to kind of look at. Just wanted to be encouraging of this idea, but also to not just rely on the state of California, but potentially include some ideas that might work for us here in the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's after Nikki?
After Mickey will be Chris Aitken.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, neighbors. Mickey Rathman. I'm a local resident and a local business of Mickey's on Del Mar on Avenida Del Mar, one of the areas that is being considered for the Parklet program. I believe that the outdoor dining will be an amenity that our community will really enjoy. and I'm impressed by the amount of effort and resources that the city has put into this initiative that will benefit our restaurants, tasting rooms, and cafes. I'm hopeful that if the parklet ordinance passes, that the city will put forth the same effort and resources into ensuring the success of our retail and service businesses in the areas that the parklets will be permitted. If you're looking for some ideas on how the city might be able to help ensure the success of our retail businesses in addition to our restaurants, here are a few. Start the trolley service in April and run it through the end of the year in both 2022 and beyond. Add South San Clemente to the trolley route. It is where the majority of our hotels and motels are located, housing our out-of-town guests, as well as a significant percentage of our town's population. Use some of the parklet revenue to establish an advertising space in the trolleys for non-food businesses, starting in April and running through the length of the parklet program. Initiate a city-sponsored marketing campaign promoting San Clemente as a great day trip on the coaster and Amtrak. North Orange County, Inland Empire, Los Angeles, and North County, San Diego are great areas to target for this kind of campaign. People can get off at the pier and then walk up or ride the trolley to other destinations in town. Add temporary wayfinding signs in the downtown area so that people looking for parking on Avenida Del Mar know where else to look with the loss of parking due to the parklets. And finally, well, I shouldn't say finally, there's probably some other ideas, but finally on my list of ideas at this time, ensure that the parklets don't block other businesses. Make sure that the parklet program is fair to all businesses who have invested in creating our charming downtown. Don't allow one to block the other. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Chris Aiken. I'm the chair of the San Clemente Downtown Business Association, also involved in 2 businesses in the downtown area. We've really had the privilege to partner with the city since the inception of outdoor dining, and we really discovered a true gem. We saw a boost in commerce on all these sectors and made downtown a real destination. We found through that patrons would stay longer to shop, discover new businesses around all the sectors. And we really believe San Clemente really is the ideal location for this program. There were also some other side benefits. The leases that were paid funded the trolley extension, and another very popular program in this town. And we do appreciate all the city efforts and the planning commission to come up with standards that would make sense for San Clemente. Our polling and our feedback through San Clemente Times, et cetera, has told us that the residents are deeply in favor of this program for all these reasons. And we strongly support outdoor dining coming back here in San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, next is Pamela Roth, followed by Mark McGuire.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Mayor Gene James, Kathy Ward, Chris Duncan, and Steve Knobloch. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm excited to be here to encourage you to have the same enthusiasm for outdoor dining that we had several months ago when we decided to kind of help to reestablish it. I just wanted to remind everyone that the great majority of people that I have personally polled and spoken to are in favor of outdoor dining. We're excited to have, people are excited to have it come back. There's something that just kind of went out of downtown when it all went away. And I think the great majority of people are excited to have it back. And so I would encourage you to keep up the good work and let's get this going. I have to admit, I'm a little confused about it to the extent that the proposals that Jonathan Lightfoot put up, whether how far, how much leeway that gives each business to do something a little different, because that's what was really fun about the outdoor dining, is that each restaurant had its own little distinct personality. And that was a really wonderful aspect of it. So I would encourage to give leeway to each business to allow them to express themselves freely like they did before, as opposed to just some cookie cutter thing. Let's bring the joy back into downtown San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have anyone after Mark?
No.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, Mark McGuire again. And I'm going to thank you again. I'm going to thank Jonathan Lightfoot for all his work in bringing this back to you so quickly, a lot faster than the SAM program, right? And to be able to get this in place for Del Mar before the summer season starts. So that's fantastic. I also want to thank the council for allowing the Pier Bowl restaurants to continue while this program is being worked. So again, thank you, thank you. I want to focus on one proposed restriction, and I'm hoping you guys can think flexibly on this, and that relates to the 16-seat limit.
I'm sorry, Mark, what to what?
The 16-seat limit within these
Thank you.
parklets.
Thank you.
And I respectfully submit that this restriction is not needed, or that there ought to be at least some flexibility regarding the number of seats. And this is not a situation where I'm suggesting 50 seats or something. It's constrained just by the physical nature of these outdoor dining areas. But the 16-seat restriction is really thought as a way to control parking, or to limit parking impacts. But respectfully, I think there's a flaw in that assumption. And the flaw is this, that it doesn't really create more demand if you have a few more seats or more parking demand, because when a place is full, people wait to sit down. And so if you have a few more seats, people don't have to wait as long. When a place is not full, again, we're in the world's best climate. There's lots of times where people will choose to sit outside if they have a choice between sitting outside or inside. So the outdoor spaces will be full and the inside spaces will not be full. And so you've got, these are not white tablecloth reservation restaurants where you turn it over twice and people are sitting for 2 hours at a time. And so the parking is increased because you have 2 more tables out in the outdoor parklet. And so respectfully, I would hope that you would allow more flexibility in all cases. If you're not willing to allow flexibility in all cases, I would ask you to at least consider a situation where if a restaurant is willing to limit the number of indoor seats that they have at any particular time in order to favor outdoor dining on a beautiful evening or a beautiful morning or a beautiful afternoon, I think that would make all the sense in the world, where you say, look, I'll not use 8 of my seats inside if I can have 24 seats outside. And on that point, I would just point out that La Galette, the restaurant that I've come and pitched to you guys, for the outdoor dining on many occasions, right now they have no indoor seat usage at all. They're doing everything outside, and it's working very, very well. There are reasons for that. It was COVID at first, and now they're doing a remodel. But the point is that the outdoor dining would be favorable, and so promote flexibility. Thank you.
You could close the public hearing. That's the end.
Public hearing's closed. So, council.
Couple preliminary questions if I could. Jonathan, what percentage of our current parking spaces will be designated for outdoor?
So the proposed limitation is just under what was used last time, as a limit of 42 spaces on Avenida Del Mar. I don't expect that we would use all 42 spaces. That was a discussion point with Planning Commission as well. Because of the required investment, I think that there'll be several businesses that participated previously that will not participate this time.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a few questions. First, I think what the council needs to consider is, and we can't forget about it, is that this is different than the last time. This is a zoning amendment. It's in response to the governor's order, but it's for localities to decide whether they want to continue and bring back outdoor dining. It's no longer because of COVID. It's not an emergency situation. I happen to think that what we had before at the 42 spaces or less was a little bit too much. And I think that's kind of what the Planning Commission was discussing. I talked at the last time when this came to us, I think it was January, was it not? It was January when we were talking about this. No, it was December, because you wanted to come back in January. We talked about only allowing spaces that do not already have outdoor dining. There is some precedent for this. These restaurants on Del Mar that already have outdoor dining already have parking waivers and have more dining inside and more seats than they were allowed to have by code. So they already have waivers. Allowing them to do it again and add 16 more seats and outdoor dining and removing those parking spaces are giving them double what they had. So I think what we're doing here is, this is no longer, a COVID thing. This is a zoning amendment to change our code and to consider outdoor dining. I wanted to limit it and to bring it to, because what was said in January is some people are still not comfortable and they want to sit outside. So that's why I spoke in January of, we should only look at restaurants that do not have outdoor dining. They don't have that possibility, allow them to do this. That is one way of bringing it down. I would mention that Beachfire, Cotton's, Avia's, Brussels Bistro, all of those have outdoor dining. They've already have a waiver, meaning they're already impacting the parking with what they currently have, and they were allowed to have those seats and that occupancy because we wanted to promote outdoor dining.
Wait a minute, Brussels Bistro.
It has an outdoor dining.
Has no outdoor dining.
It has a patio. It all opens. It's open
Where?
to the air.
Oh,
As long as it's open, that's outdoor dining. And they were given extra tables because it was outdoor dining.
got it.
So Nick's is a perfect example.
Got
That whole is a patio. That's why Cotton's has it also. That is a patio. They were given extra seats when we approved their application. We already gave them parking waivers. So I'm saying that I would like to think about limiting that. It's one of the ways that I could vote for this, is limiting that to those who do not have it. If we truly wish to want to promote outdoor dining, give it to some that do not have it already. That's one thing that I can do. Otherwise, we're impacting the parking twice for the same business. And I don't know what the reason would be for that. The other thing is I cannot support doing it for a bar or an ice cream shop, anything like that, because all we're doing is increasing occupancy. Why are we doing that? What is the point to doing that and impacting? It's not like it's not having impact. We are taking away parking from the residents and visitors to our city. We're making it harder to park. So I would like to see us talk about only doing that and limiting it to those who do not have it. If we truly are trying to create outdoor spaces, let's give it to some who don't have it now. The other thing, I see that staff has, where in the yellow zones, we have like, additional things around that. Was that to limit so that those are more defined and we don't have illegal parking in like a yellow zone, a striped area? Because that's what we had before.
So the yellow that you're referencing, that angle in is pretty specific to the Del Mar context. Part of the rationale of the yellow is making sure that the railings and the edge of any deck is set back so that car doors next to them can open cleanly. That was a problem in some instances previously.
Okay, well, I did find a problem with that. I don't think anyone ever wanted to park next to any of these because the people wanted to come out immediately and exit around the patios they had, and you knew that your car was going to get all that traffic, strollers, everything. They weren't just crossing the street in the crosswalks. So I have an issue with that. I think we can't count parking waivers twice. We just can't do it. We are limiting the parking in an area. And I don't know that I can say that this is consistent with the general plan, taking up so much parking when they've already are taking parking up with their restaurants as it is, their extra seating that they have. So you know, that's why I asked back then. I wanted the planning commission to consider it, but they're punting it to us. We ultimately are the ones that have to decide whether this is a good program. The other thing that we need to take into account is there's a CIP project that is supposed to be being done either January of this year or shortly after. And it's work that we needed to get done. There are consequences to not doing the work now in favor of all these patios. The consequences are bidding, our costs are going up. We know they are.
Wait a minute, what's CIP project?
The
The
repaving and
street
the
pavement.
electric.
I want you to
Thank you.
identify. I want
Thank
you to
you. Okay.
identify it.
So that project is something that we have to consider. Is it worth doing that? And in 2024 and 2025, God knows what inflation is going to be and what gas is going to be and what materials are going to be. We have no idea. But there are consequences to do this where the city is going to be paying probably a lot more for that project. I don't know that it should wait, but I think we need to have a discussion of that, whether this is good for that.
I have significant issue with the punting it to January 24.
Okay. So
That's
I'm
me.
glad, because we should have a discussion of that, is because it's not a minor thing. It's a CIP project that we have had on the books that I think has been put off because of COVID and because we did all the outdoor dining and
Let me
and
get
it needs to be
Councilmember Noblock.
talked. Okay.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
you have anything? I can go.
I guess quick question. Jonathan, what's the criteria for selecting? We have a lot of restaurants. Everyone's not going to have outdoor. What's the priority for selecting which restaurant gets outdoor permits and which ones doesn't? Is it a lottery, bidding? How does that work?
Yeah, first, I don't foresee that we would come to that scenario, but if we were to come to that, it would be a lottery.
So right now, if you apply, you could get it if you're the first in the door to request it and you get a piece of this 42 seats.
Correct. That would require, so with the 42, and in this scenario where we're limiting it to 3 parking stalls, which previously we didn't have that limitation, that's 14 restaurants. So we would have to have more than 14 restaurants on Avenida Del Mar apply to arrive at that scenario,
You have to have more than 14 in order to get,
to be
To-
above the limit,
to be above the 50, the 42 seats or the 50%?
the 42.
42.
Well, what about limiting them to less than 3 spots? Then you could get more restaurants.
We absolutely could do that as well, if that is something that the council is interested in.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Just to clarify, so the timing would be if this went into effect, the outdoor dining would stay up through the holidays this time and go all the way through to December 2023.
So as within the packet, the staff packet, there's a template agreement, a parking relief agreements modeled off of what we had used previously. And the language in that currently does reflect the one continuous period and through the end of 2023. So if council is interested in changing that, then I would look for that direction and then we would modify the agreement accordingly.
Okay. Because I know that the expense of setting this up factors in for these places as well, 1 year versus like almost a longer period of time, nearly 2 years, I guess. What about restaurants where there's not parking spots in front? There's other types of areas, be it a trolley stop or red marked or yellow or handicap. How does it work for those restaurants that have that in front of them?
Yeah, so that would fall under the exceptions process. So within the code, if you don't meet the standard template of an angle in parking on Del Mar, for instance, and there's you're looking for curb that is a different context, then you would go through that exceptions process where you submit a site plan that gets reviewed by the design review board, and they would make a recommendation to our community development director.
Okay, but it's possible that you could be approved to be set up where there's a red zone or a trolley stop or
It's possible. We would consult, for instance, in a red zone, we consult, of course, with Orange County Fire before permitting anything in that context. So we, with the goal of the template version is that we don't have to consult with a variety of people, but in those scenarios, we need to. We would go, build the building official, the city engineer, the Orange County Fire rep. Those individuals would have a look at that site plan and comment on that.
Okay. In terms of the scope, so and as it's currently written, would bars be able to take advantage of this?
As currently written, yes, they would.
Is there, okay, so, and there's no distinction then for like a brewery versus a bar?
Not currently.
Okay. In terms of the money, we have proposed $2, I think, for the out on the street, and $1 if it's in a parking lot. I see a connection between the money and parking. So looking at it in the context of larger, as we heard about trolley operations, longer, maybe even more trolleys or new routes, how close are we coming to funding that with the dollar figures you have assigned here?
Yeah, that's a great question. So in responding to that, I'm going to look back. The proposed dollar values are a very slight increase over what would have been charged previously. And we were able to fund essentially to break even with the additional operations that ran between October and December last year. Granted, those the rent was charged as well through the summer months where we have a grant that covers. So the city's grant with OCTA only covers a specific period of months, and those grant funds are limited. We do currently have a surplus in that because we didn't run the trolley in 2020. However, the amount of the grant upcoming starting next year is supposed to be a lower amount.
Right.
So having a monthly intake would help the city to offset the additional costs. So we would, as of now, we'll have to budget additional funds to operate the trolley in 2023. I have reached out to OCTA. We're looking at whether we can increase that level of funding, but if we're not, then monthly revenues could assist with that.
Okay, yeah. So increasing the amount of the spaces could assist in covering that.
Correct.
All right. I think that's all the questions I have right now. I have some comments.
Do you agree with Council Member Ward's assessment that Brussels Bistro and Beach Fire, Nick's, they have outdoor dining already?
So a number of those restaurants, so Beach Fire and Avila's, for instance, they have an outdoor dining area at the rear of the building. And the other, as for Nick's and Brussels, you know, I don't have an immediate response to that because I'd have to go back and review, you know, the Planning Commission discussion of whether they considered the open wall to allow for additional seats.
Well-
I don't know offhand whether that was considered.
I was a planning commissioner and it was.
Okay.
It's considered.
And the one area that's a real sticking point for me is I thought we were going to resurface Avenida Del Mar in January 23. And now it's January 24. If you look at Avenida Del Mar, it looks pretty rough, in my view. And it goes beyond just the surface of the roadway. We have trees. It's my understanding that we have tree roots that are getting tangled up in electrical conduit. Is that true?
Yeah, so the purpose, and I'm speaking from limited knowledge because this is a public works project, but the primary purpose of the project is to upgrade the electrical. And while they upgrade the electrical, there will be some protection from the roots of the trees that are in place because there is a community desire to keep those trees in place. And then the resurfacing is for cleaning the roadway after that project occurs because there will be trenching that's a part of the electrical work.
Is Kyle still here?
He's on, he just hasn't turned his car. Here he comes.
Mayor, council members, I think Jonathan did a good job of describing it. It's an electrical project with some tree work and then the pavement rehab when we're all done.
Can I ask a question? How important is that electrical work? In other words, are we suffering some detriment now because of the state of the electrical lines, or is it that there could be some problem in the future, or that the new lines could be a lot, maybe say much more efficient?
It was my understanding that this would be an amenity for some of the events and all down there. I don't believe anything's not working correctly now. So I think it's more of an amenity from my understanding.
I guess my question is is there immediate need to do it, or will it wait for 2 years?
There's no immediate need to my knowledge. I don't know if Jonathan knows of one.
I'm talking from the electrical, from the tree roots entangling in the electrical conduit. Doesn't pose a safety risk or interruption of service risk.
I don't think so.
Okay. So my other issue that I have is I think it was too easy to do it when we did it. There were too many people who had who was taking up parking spots, and you could go there day after day and no one was out there. I think we really need to, if we're going to do this, we're going to have a stringent enforcement program with it. And also, I would submit those bad actors that fell in that category last time probably shouldn't be eligible this time. But I don't think we did a good job of documenting that. So
Well, maybe we could turn it into a question for Adam Atamian about what maybe code compliance could do to ensure that there's some
I
enforcement.
love that idea. Adam?
Yes, good evening again, Council. This is an interesting topic. This is a type of enforcement that the city doesn't typically do, is enforcing businesses to operate. It's not impossible. I don't know exactly what the answer is off the top of my head, but typically our enforcement is based on municipal codes that require certain standards or require regulations to be met, and the failure to meet those regulations results in enforcement action. So if the council desires, the proposed ordinance in front of you could include a requirement that these features be actively used for a certain period of time, and staff could essentially, we could do it one of two ways. We could respond to complaints, which would be our typical standard operating procedure, or put in place some type of monitoring, and then enforce against the non-compliance with that ordinance. I can tell you it would be very difficult for us to do this on a daily basis. A weekly basis would take up some relatively substantial staff time, and I don't know what the resources required for that would be at this point.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome.
Mayor, in regards to the streetscape work, I also thought, and Kyle may know this or may not, I thought that some of this was because of the tree roots. We did have some problem with the pavers in our sidewalk area adjacent to the planters. Some of them are separating a little bit, and it's probably because of tree roots. I thought that was part of it also.
It's certainly possible. I'm not exactly sure what all the project entails. I apologize.
So my other thing is, I think I don't want to discourage anyone from doing it, but if they're going to do it, I want them invested in it. And, you know, maybe that dollar amount per square foot, we need to increase just a little bit.
I do think that the cost of operation is something that will come into play with who participates. When the council initiated a fee at all last time, I did have immediately 3 or 4 businesses, and that did not include the cost of a deck. So accepting the extraordinary cost, just simply the monthly fee, I had several businesses opt to not participate.
Do you think if we doubled the fee, it would be enough to cover the trolley for that longer period? Knowing that we're going to have grant funds going down?
So some of that depends on how many participants we have, obviously. So the number, but the estimate was 5,000 to 10,000 per month that we would take in. So if we're operating for about 18 months, and we go with that upper bound, so maybe we're looking more at like 10 to 20,000, but take that conservatively, 18 months at 10,000 is an additional $180,000 that we would have towards the program. And yes, that would be about 50% of what our operating costs should be for the year. So that should be, that would be very helpful in covering those costs.
Just to get a sense of the council, what are your thoughts on increasing cost per square foot?
I have no problem. I was going to recommend that be an option. My concern is I don't support 1 square foot per month for parking on private property. I don't think we should be charging anybody anything for parking on their property because they're not taking up spaces. So I would be in favor of increasing the $2 charge for the parklets on public property and eliminating the private property cost. That's my favor. I'm in favor of the ordinance.
Yeah.
I am not in favor of the $1 on the on private property. And also I'm not in favor of number 4. We have a basically two-year option. 4 is to have this consultant do a public parking management plan. I'm not in favor of 4 at all. I don't think we need any more government by proxy. We don't need any more consultants to tell us what we need to do in parking. So I'm in favor of the ordinance. I'm in favor of the concept. I think it's important. I think even though COVID's over, I think COVID opened our eyes to what a wonderful environment it can be to have outdoor dining in a town as with the weather that we have. And I'm totally in favor of that. So those are my thoughts. And I like Nikki Rasmussen's comments on advertising within the trolley. I think we can also charge for the advertising within that trolley, within the trolley. So I think
but
she
you're
made a
saying
couple of really
businesses should be-
good comments,
Now-
including the signage.
Now, the only thing I would say about parking on private property is that's part of their conditional use permit.
Oh,
that
that's
they-
true. I
And
understand.
then those people now
seats they
need to
already
park
have.
on other
I
places.
understand. I understand.
Is that,
Yeah.
my statement's correct there, right?
Yeah, there are entitlements for some of these businesses that would specify a specific number of parking spots. The staff position on that would be that if those parking spots are removed from the private spot, then they are overflowing and causing a greater impact in the public spot.
Oh, and there was one other thing I wanted to look at. Somewhere I saw you could cover up a handicap if it was within 500 feet of another handicap.
So what was referenced there, and this is something that would again go through that exceptions process, is that a business could request to use a space that is marked as handicap, but have to provide an alternate handicap
Within 500
spot.
feet.
And so they would have to work in conjunction with the Public Works Department to find a suitable.
That's a
replacement
football field and a
location.
half.
That's far.
I think that's a long ways.
You know, some of our residents know exactly where every handicap spot is, and they're looking for that in every block. I think there's at least 2 on each side in every block.
So I'm gonna
that'd be
write down a few
considerable.
things here. We agree that it should go to $4 a square foot.
For the
Parklets.
public parking
Park.
spots. Public parking.
I can live with that if we eliminate the private. Or reduce the private to 50 cents a foot. We're not talking about
How
per
about
parking
just keep
space.
the-
We're talking about.
Keep the private at 1.
I'm not in favor of that.
Let me comment on the private one.
Okay.
It was said that they could have 5 spots. Some of these parking lots for these restaurants, that's all they have. I think it's excessive to be able to give them 5 spots in their own parking lot when that's probably the most of their parking. If you look at Sonny's or Antoine's, La Tiendita, no, I'm probably saying the wrong name on that, but 5 seems like a lot. That's the whole side of their restaurant. Why would we do 5? Why that many? Especially if they already have outdoor dining. Why are we giving them 5? 5 spaces. That just encourages everyone to go park illegally all in the alleys and everywhere else.
Can we give them 3?
3 is better than 5. What about 2? No, not enough? Oh, because they'd have to be back from a door.
Right.
I see.
3, and then it matches with the 3 in the public.
3 would be better. I just thought 5 was a lot.
Yeah, 5's a lot.
It's a lot,
I
and most of the
think-
time they're not going to be used,
I
except
agree.
for maybe Sunday. And everyone knows it's
Um,
busier on Sunday.
Jonathan, you keeping notes over there? Thank you.
So can we talk about whether we should again, I mean, we can't just look at the downtown parking and ignore it. Can we talk about limiting it to only restaurants, only, no bars, no ice cream, because that just encourages a parklet everywhere. I don't think we
could-
can do that.
I could probably, you're talking about private and the public spot?
No, I'm talking about the parklets.
The parklets.
Right now.
I could
Only,
I could
only
do
those that don't
that,
have it.
but I would exempt breweries from bars. as
Breweries that
would be
actually
allowed.
serve food. If they serve food, that changes the dynamic. It's dining.
You know, I think if we go to $4 a square foot, I don't think.
It probably
ice
solves
cream
itself.
shop is going
Yeah,
to
the
buy it.
the
It might, but-
ambiance of being outdoors is not just the eating. Eating's important, but to have art, crafts, clothing in certain areas. I'm not opposed to that. In addition to the
I
to
am.
the, well,
I-
I'm
it's-
not.
it's the
The reason why I'm
downtown.
not is because it gives an entire community of business. We've got retail people that would love to have access to the street like the restaurants
Well,
do. And I think
Now,
it just adds to the
I
ambiance.
can't go with that because now we're not consistent with the general plan whatsoever in doing that. And that's, the retail isn't in this as far as doing anything
there's no
outdoors.
retail.
I think
here,
it's
right?
consistent
not in
with
here. It's not
business. We're just
agendized.
allowing businesses that are current in operation to simply operate in a public venue.
Okay, well, that's a different topic for another day because that's not.
Yeah.
It's the
agendized.
topic for today for
Yeah,
right
and
now.
I don't know if we could delve in all day about separating different businesses. I think at $4 a square foot, it's going to be restaurants that are going to be able to afford to do this.
And
I agree.
I'm okay with waiving the on-site parking. If we limit it to three
Three.
spots.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
well,
just
then,
thought 5
I'll
was,
make a motion
Well,
if that's.
can we put it at 50 cents? I think there needs to be some amount of money because again,
they are
they
using.
are
parking.
taking it's not like those spots are just, they don't matter. Now people are parking in the public areas. They're impacting the parking.
Well, then it should be half
Then
of what.
I'll make
I agree with you.
the
It's a little
public
bit
parking
less.
I'll make
Okay,
a,
before you make a motion, I'm going to have one question.
yes.
So we've talked about Del Mar. Is there any distinction between Del Mar and the Pier Bowl?
There's
Anything we
not.
have to consider?
There's not
Okay,
currently.
so I just want, Steve, I just wanted to have that cleared up.
Okay.
You're gonna make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we support the proposed ordinance number 22-07 and determine that the zoning amendment 22-027 is consistent with the intent of the state enabling legislation SB 61 and SB 314 and is exempt from CEQA under the Class 21 categorical exemption, enforcement actions by regulatory agencies, close parentheses, because it establishes a temporary parking outlet program that regulates the time, place, and manner of temporary outdoor dining facilities encouraged by the state of California. And also move that we introduce ordinance number 1727 entitled Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 17.28.206 to the San Clemente Municipal Code temporary parklet dining, which establishes standards for outdoor dining areas and sunsets on December 31, 2023, that the parking fee for the square foot be established at $4 per square foot for parklets on public property and 50 cents per square foot for parklets on private property with a maximum of 3 spaces. To be incorporated into the limited term parking relief amendment. And my motion does not include item 4 at this time.
And if I could just have a friendly amendment to that, and if the restaurant takes up a handicap spot, they need to find something within, I want to say 150 feet.
And I'll accept that friendly amendment, also with the understanding that these permits are entitled for all businesses on Del Mar, not just restaurants. It allows restaurant dining with.
Now, this is just for a restaurant.
Well, this is just for restaurants, but I want to include any other business on Del Mar.
I can't, I'm willing to have that discussion, but
That's
I'm
not, I think that's
prepared for that
beyond the
discussion
scope.
this
of-
evening.
Can you
Well,
What
then
what is the
I'll
discussion we're
eliminate the other
talking about?
businesses at this time, but
Okay.
I do think we need to have that
And you can
discussion
agendize
sometime.
that. I'll second that for you. Okay.
Okay, hold on one moment. I'd like to make a substitute motion that everything you just said, except number 3, if we're going to do the parklets are on Del Mar are $4 a square foot, that the private parking should be half of that, should be $2 a square foot for taking up public parking. Even though it's on their land, it's still, it's public parking and a condition of their permit. And I would add back in number 4, that was something that was suggested by the planning commission. It is important that we know what the impact is to parking. And we need to know that. We can't just go on to a program and have it go on for 2 years. And then at the end of this 2 years, there's people going, hey, we want this forever. And we have no study. We haven't looked into it. And the study would actually help us learn what the impacts are to what we've done here
I
tonight.
can go with number 4, but I would want to keep,
Do it in 2024,
I would want to keep it at 50 cents.
50 cents for the,
That's what we decided on, right?
That
so
was
what is a parking
Steve-
space
that's
then?
what Steve
What's the
proposed.
cost of a parking space? At 50
Um,
cents.
I would propose
Jonathan.
the middle ground of $1, of keeping it at the.
What's the
$1.
cost at 50 cents?
A parking spot would be $100 a month at 50 cents.
One parking spot.
Yeah.
So $300
So I like
$300
it-
a
I
month.
liked it $1.
Okay,
One-
about $1.
Okay, I'll
Okay.
amend my
Um,
motion to that, but I still think in number 4, that it should be, we should do a parking study by the end of 2024. We should have that done. Then we'll know the impacts of what we did
How many
tonight.
parking, I'm gonna go.
No, we do it every single year. We
And
look
what do we
into
do-
it.
And what do we do?
Staff usually comes into us, but when we have to do a major one, we have a consultant do it.
My only issue is, what have we done with the 100 parking studies we've done in the past?
Okay, I can tell you, we have certain amount of parking waivers. We know that that's how many we could ultimately give, but we have been very judicious in how many of those we give out. Tonight, you're letting everyone just in one fell swoop
I
use
think-
every parking
I-
without knowing, excuse me a minute, without knowing any of the impacts. We're doing that tonight. That's what those parking studies warned us about, not to do things like that. So we are going to do it. It's temporary. I get that. We'll see what the impacts are.
To
But I'm
speak-
glad
to
you're,
speak-
I'm
to
glad you're
speak-
looking at the trolley more because
Yeah, to speak to
we-
the,
we cannot wait on that. That funding is running out
Just-
and we can't use it.
to speak to the motion, the parking study is extensive, it's expensive, and this is a temporary restaurant ordinance.
What's
In
the
2
cost?
years, we may have a better handle on what our needs are. If parking may be extended in perpetuity, it may not. That would be the time to spend $150,000 if we're going to spend it at all.
I don't
Again,
think
my
it's that
concern
much
was
money.
using a consultant. We do need government by proxy, but that's why I'm not in favor of 4 right now, because this is temporary.
That's way too much money.
So do we have a
For
second on the
downtown.
motion?
Just, what's
We have
the-
a motion, a
what-
substitute motion.
excuse me, What's the cost for the parking study?
So a parking study would be less than that. A parking management plan, what I saw from recent agency uses was about 150,000
Parking management,
for a parking management.
but
plan.
we're looking at parking study.
No,
Parking-
parking management plan is what.
We're
item
totally
4
looking
calls
at
for,
parking
yeah.
management.
Well, there's things that we didn't implement that are already in our study, such as smart meters. We didn't implement that. We also didn't implement wayfinding. There's a lot of things that we haven't done that are in the 2018 study. We could direct staff to start looking at that.
Let's look at the 2018 study and.
Yeah,
good-
and see what we
and-
can start doing.
And not go with number 4 tonight.
It,
Okay.
you know, I hate to go against something that the plan commission
There's a
really
motion,
looked at.
there's a motion, and I think there was an
But I-
opinion, support of that motion at $1.
At $1.
That was a substitute motion. It's in the
I
substitute
can, I
motion.
can support the substitute motion with the elimination of item 4.
Well, the
All right,
item
one-
4 was put in the substitute
one-
motion.
But one question, because I don't think we've addressed it, but it did come up. As it stands, is the seating limitation 16 on the deck?
As it stands, the seating limitation is 16 unless the council directs for that to change.
I think that's way too little. It's not.
So you want to amend that to include flexibility on the number of
Yes.
spaces? I can support that as well.
Oh,
Why are you-
I'm okay with flexibility,
Yeah.
but I think we have to.
You have to
cap.
set a
All
standard.
right, well,
That's what the parklets were supposed to be, a standard.
yeah.
So
Let's
we
see,
need to cap
16, 8. How about 24?
24 is fine.
I can
For
support
every
that.
single one.
Maximum of 24.
Maximum of 24.
Reasonable amount, maximum of 24.
You know, if there's one business that is remodeling and wants to be able to do something and ask for some extra permit temporary for that, let them do that, but we shouldn't put it into the a zoning amendment to do it for everyone.
Oh, no, I think they'll have more, they could use way more than 24. The restaurants that are going to afford to do this.
You're not
and
thinking about parking. You're not thinking
the-
about
the-
parking at
the-
all.
the
That
park-
has to be part of the conversation.
Parking is not going to be impacted by the number of people on the deck. They're coming or they're not coming. It's really about, you have them have this expense to build this deck, and then you limit them to only 16 people. I mean, it looks like there's barely any chairs on that model.
Just in, I'm gonna call for the vote, but just in the interest of what we're voting on at this point in time. So everyone is clear, so we don't walk away here scratching our head on what we voted on. You, Jonathan, you were taking copious notes. If you can give us the cliff notes.
See if
on
you
this.
have a consensus on any of these topics.
I was taking notes, but I'm going to look to the clerk for some assistance
If I
on
could,
this.
if I could summarize, my thinking is that the motion was made, there were some comments made in support of it. Motion, so I would make a substitute to the substitute motion, because I didn't hear a second on
Okay,
the substitute. Or
Is
did
there
I
a
hear
second on the substitute?
proceed. I don't think there
Well,
was.
if there's a second, I'll make a substitute to the substitute, clean it up if that's all right.
Why don't you just amend your original
I'll
motion?
amend the original motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3, elimination of 4, with a maximum of 24 spaces and with flexibility, a maximum of 24 spaces and the 2 foot per public property and $4 for public property and $1 for private.
Council, can I ask you to please bifurcate that so that I can vote for the 16 limit that went through the planning commission and was thoroughly studied? I'd like to be able to vote for this, but I cannot if we're not going to be following what's been looked at. We just from the dais doubled it. I just can't do that.
We didn't double it.
Almost 16 to 24,
Okay, so
8 more.
we want to, should we?
We increased by 50%.
Yeah.
So, but you did it from the dais without looking into the impacts. And I can assure you that the planning commission did discuss all of that.
And it's a cap. It's not necessarily what
Mhm.
will be approved.
What we found with the other one, when everything went up so fast, Gene, is everyone went out and put in as many seats and tables as they could. And that's what sat there and it looked terrible. It looked awful. Our downtown did not look good with all of that furniture sitting there and no one's in the seats. So we are just giving them the carte blanche to do that again. They're going to want as many seats as they can get.
I think this is going to be quite different. This is a lot more.
Not if we
orderly
don't
and-
say it's
Question of
different.
staff on the motion, if I could. Jonathan, is there discretion on the number of seats per space, or is it up to the maximum allowable if someone applies?
Yeah, my recommendation has been up to the maximum allowable for the convenient or the ease of our code enforcement staff and quickly assessing compliance.
Okay, I'll call for the question.
Okay.
So council, you're not going to bifurcate it to, all you have to do is bifurcate it where we take a vote on if someone would do it on the, it's complicated because we have a council member that didn't bother to show up tonight and didn't tell us that she's not going to be here, but we should take a vote on what the planning commission asked to do. I can't vote on just saying it from the dais and just changing it.
We've
to
heard
all
from
these
our
seats.
planning commission and we've discussed it openly, and I'm calling for the question
All right.
as a point of order.
You should bifurcate it.
okay,
per
I'll
council
second.
member.
Mayor, may I ask one point of clarification? It seemed like there was consensus on 2 other points, and I would like to make sure that this should or should not be included with your motion. There was also a suggestion of a maximum of 3 spaces
Correct.
used on the private property, and also a suggestion of ADA spaces within 150 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so those should both be included as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
No,
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Okay, that carries 3-1-1 with 1 absent. Okay, moving on to new business. Report from the Public Works Director, City Engineer concerning an update on the Mariposa pedestrian bridge replacement.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll give you an update on our Mariposa pedestrian bridge replacement and ask for some direction. A little background. Staff identified the need several years ago to replace the bridge due to excessive corrosion from being in a marine environment and the amount of required maintenance that's needed on the steel structure. There was a bluff failure of a private slope above the structure, which caused additional damage in November of 2019. The bridge was temporarily closed until soil debris could be cleared from the deck and around the foundations. Staff hired a structural engineering firm in September of 2020 to perform an alternatives analysis for the replacement of the bridge. Analysis compared different bridge materials and configurations while exploring the corresponding costs, constructability methods and challenges, long-term maintenance, lifespan risks, and permitting requirements. The goal was to find a material that is corrosion resistant and requires little maintenance while also being able to reuse the existing foundations. Our consultant researched several bridge material options that include fiber reinforced polymer, aluminum, and timber as an alternative to the existing steel. Steel was not considered. Aluminum and timber were the favored options as they are less expensive, can keep the same general geometric configuration as the existing bridge, and would allow the use of existing foundations. Both are also low maintenance. Aluminum was the preferred choice over timber since it is lighter, cheaper, and requires less maintenance. A potential drawback of using aluminum could be getting approval from the Coastal Commission, as the agency prefers a more natural-looking surface. The surface of the aluminum will dull over time. It will oxidize and become less shiny, and wood can also be added in areas such as the decking, the top handrails, and along the sides. But coating or painting would not be recommended due to the required maintenance. Aluminum would not blend into the surrounding environment as well as timber, and aluminum would need to remain in its natural state, unpainted, in order to remain low maintenance. Timber is an alternative that has a natural appearance that will blend with the existing surrounding environment. There came up with a summary of rough order of construction costs for the different materials. For a fiber polymer, the ranges are 6 to 7 million in today's costs. The consultant did some estimates about a year ago, and with inflation, we adjusted. Aluminum bridge would be around 4 million, and a timber bridge would be around 5 million. In February of 2021, staff recommended a timber bridge for replacement to council. The council asked staff if the bridge replacement could be delayed and to consider an aluminum bridge as an alternative. Following this request, staff hired a structural engineer in March of 2021 to inspect the bridge and assess the condition. The engineer's report recommended closing the bridge until replacement, but also offered an option to add shoring and support beams in the interim to keep the bridge open. In May of 2021, staff hired a contractor to add shoring and support beams under the bridge spans, and it has remained open to date. Inspections of the bridge supports have been made on a monthly basis by the contractor and periodically by a structural engineer. The bridge has reached its service life and should be replaced. There's some challenges going forward. The private slope above the structure is still unstable. Staff hired a geotechnical engineering firm in April of 2020 to prepare a slope protection and repair plan for the slope. This option would require reducing the slope angle by laying the slope back at the top within private property. This would reduce the backyards and result in some property loss for the HOA. A separate geotechnical firm hired by the HOA rejected the need for the repair plan and indicated that the city should pay to stabilize the slope or construct a structure to capture debris on its own property in the event of any future failures. The cost to stabilize the entire slope in this area could cost millions of dollars and make the project unfeasible to build. This possibly would not be approved by the Coastal Commission. Another option is to construct a fence for debris protection, which would be less expensive, but possibly not favored by the Coastal Commission either. It seems the best option going forward is to continue with the design and permitting of the bridge, which could take anywhere from 1 to 1.5 years, and have the bridge constructed higher or raised on the existing foundation to allow any future soil debris to fall under the structure. Raising the bridge could also delay approval from the Coastal Commission, since this would be different from the current configuration. Staff request approval of a bridge material, either aluminum or timber, in order to continue with the design and environmental permitting process of the Mariposa pedestrian bridge and provide direction going forward. That's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We have public comments. No public comments. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I ask that this item be brought back for consideration. I think we just need to get ahead of this issue. The Mariposa Bridge is an integral part of the beach trails, our number one public asset in this community. It's our pride and joy. It's our jewel. I think the bridge, unfortunately, with only 15 years of life, shouldn't be in terminal condition, but apparently it is because of, unfortunately, the maintenance record of prior management. And I think we need to first handle the geo issues before the bridge is actually constructed. But because of the timeline that would take, I think it's probably appropriate to move forward with a type of structure so that we're ready to rock and roll when the time comes, given the extensive time permitting for permits and so forth. So I'm in support of staff recommendation to move with an aluminum structure, which is cheaper by far, will stand the weather better, and so I'm supportive of that, moving in that direction. So those are my thoughts. And I'll be prepared to make a motion to instruct staff to move forward at the
I think
appropriate
that was a
time.
motion. I'll second it.
What?
Aluminum.
Okay, give me a comment.
I have comments. I agree with everything, everything that Councilmember Noblock said. Although I gotta say, I just can't imagine aluminum there. I mean, I cannot. I know it's more for timber, but I go over that bridge like 4 or 5 times a week, and the idea that you'd have an aluminum bridge there, even with some of the other benefits, I just can't get past that. It seems like a place that you would have a wood bridge that would fit right into the.
Can I mention
the
why
commu-
I don't want wood?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm just making that point.
Splinters, people running into it, gouging it, things like that.
You mean like our pier?
Yeah. And
which
the
people
maintenance
love.
issue, which is what this bridge turned into, was a gigantic maintenance issue. We have to replace it with something that doesn't have that. But what about the instruction that Mr. Koger look at what can be done to rough that up and
soften
make
the
it
appearance.
the appearance better? Because
don't
I
think we're
trust
looking
that
at
staff
that.
can figure that out.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to look at like a Pepsi can or a shiny aluminum bar,
There's no way that'll
definitely we
be
don't want that,
approved.
but the substance of aluminum, but painted or textured or dulled, buffed in some way to make sure it's not a shiny, ugly. Yeah, I guess you could have aluminum that looks like faux wood. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they can also put wood, they can attach wood. to
I
it.
agree that wood would look beautiful, but
$3 more
long-term.
million and a lot of maintenance.
Now, I think we're gonna get into the details that staff needs to get into. And did anyone second Councilmember Noblock?
I did. I second it.
Councilmember Noblock,
I'm sorry, we're voting? Yes, please. Yes.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan
I would prefer the timber, but I will vote aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-0. Next item is the master plan for beach restrooms. And I do have a speaker card when you're ready for it.
We don't have a staff report, right?
I have a brief report, and then Kyle has some details if the council wants that.
Okay.
You want to do the staff report or the public comment first?
Let's do the staff report, then the public comment.
So just as a little bit of history, staff was unaware of the restroom master plan than when it was brought up originally. So we did a little bit of research to identify the document. And so as part of your attachment tonight, you have both the LTFP from 2011, and then you also have the beach restroom master plan. A little bit of history. In 2010, the Beaches Park and Recreation Department developed the beaches restroom master plan. It was presented to council in 2010. City Council at that time said, please include it in the LTFP for 2011, but expand it to include park restrooms as well as beach restrooms. So in 2011, the council deliberated as part of the long-term financial plan. And as part of that attachment, you'll see the council action was to approve the staff recommendation, which the modification of the amount to be in item 1 changed from $250,000 to $300,000. Those recommendations including now $300,000 for improvements in the 2012 budget process, prepare project estimated at 2.3 for phase 2 improvements for consideration in the 2013 CIP budget, and then consider increasing the annual funding of beach restroom maintenance by $25,000 in fiscal year 2014 and years forward for maintenance improvement projects. And so that was the staff direction. If you want a little bit of what Public Works accomplished thereafter in the CIP budget, I'll defer to Kyle to give you a little bit of history, but I can speak to the base of pier was one of the first bathrooms that we did. The council at the time did have sticker shock over the cost of that renovation because it did require us to build it as the Spanish architectural overlay that is required. And then thereafter, there were a number of separate rehabilitation projects for various restrooms. And I'm going to kind of segue now to Kyle to give him a little bit of the opportunity to give a little bit of history of the bathroom improvements that have been done since that time.
Yeah, thank you. So the base of pier and end of pier, 2 of the 6 restrooms are actually ADA compliant. The other 4 at Linda Lane, Boca del Cannon, North Beach, and T Street actually aren't. But in the last several years, maintenance has been doing a lot of upgrades to these facilities, including replacing fixtures, partitions, plumbing, dealing with some of the truss and roof support repairs, and painting the interior and exterior of the buildings. I've seen reports that some of these bathrooms may not be able to be converted to ADA by the way they sit. They would actually have to be leveled and rebuilt, and that would probably be a coastal commission issue. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
And I can speak from the budgetary standpoint. We have been consistently budgeting $250,000 to maintenance for as needed small projects at their discretion. And in the budget, there are, I'll say, a small list of projects that they identified, but that $250,000 actually goes to a large swath of maintenance related items. So if you reference the LTFP, it said to provide $25,000. We actually did, I want to say at least in the last 4 years, we've been funding at $250,000 for those improvements.
And this is beach bathrooms.
No, this is all public bathrooms.
All right, it's identified. The agenda is master plan for beach bathrooms.
That, yeah, based on the council direction, that is what we agendized it. But as you can see from the LTFP, it was actually beach and park restroom master plan.
Right.
That took direction from the council.
Do you need any direction from council?
No, we're just providing an update. And if there's any questions, we're ready to answer as it relates to the city council.
Move we receive and file the report.
Second.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-0. Okay, and the speaker is Amanda Kitnia.
We're moving to new agenda template. Oh, no, I'm
This
sorry.
was the
Never mind.
speaker,
Lost
remember?
track. Go ahead.
That's okay. Hello, council members. When reviewing the 2010 and 2011 master plan for restrooms, it did include also parks, and the master plan for beach restrooms identified short-term and long-term maintenance goals and upgrades. And one of the recommendations was to have regular schedule for maintenance. The plans also offered, the plans also offered ways to move toward compliance with the American with Disabilities Act requirements, that the restrooms be brought up to ADA compliance in accordance with the requirements of Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. However, it was not a priority to do so with all the parks such as San Gregorio Park and Maxwell Park. The plans focused upon beach restrooms. According to the ADA, the city of San Clemente will not discriminate against qualified individuals with disabilities on the basis of disability in its services, programs, or activities. It is imperative to be ADA compliant and protect the public's access to all civic facilities. Therefore, the city needs to address its ADA issues with parks, such as having the correct heights for grab bars, which is either the side or the back bars, and having the minimum width for ADA stalls. The sink at the Maxford Park is also not in compliance as well. And there are really concerns regarding the ADA, the width of the bathroom stalls at the San Gorgonio Park. In reading the 2010 and 2011 master plan, the interiors are quite utilitarian and have unfinished concrete floors. The fixtures are penal type stainless steel without any seats, or some have seats. According to the 2010 master plan, this is a typical of older facilities that were designed for maximum durability and ease of maintenance. Since the facilities were constructed, Americans with Disabilities has new requirements. City Building Division staff conducted an accessibility compliance assessment on the of the existing restrooms and identified a number of retrofits and improvements that are required to be compliant with current standards according to this master plan, but they are not up to code. So they really didn't really do that. And so basically what I'm asking is just basically to let's be in ADA compliance with all this restrooms in our town. That what's really important is before embarking on any new projects, the city needs to repair the ADA stalls and improve existing facilities. And also there's some concerns regarding the jungle gyms at San Gorgonio that they are not ADA compliant as well. There's exposed rust and broken metal, cracked cement, and some cement is crumbling and breaking concrete on the T Street Bridge. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next item is a report from the legislative administrator concerning consideration of a new city council agenda template.
So I'll do a brief introduction to this item.
Do we have any public comments on that?
No.
Okay, please.
Sorry. So in December of 2021, the council designated the mayor and the mayor pro tem to be on a subcommittee to deliberate with staff as it related to a potential change in the agenda template. What you have before you tonight is the recommendation from that subcommittee as they work with staff and the legislative administrator on a possible reformatting of the agenda template. And with that, I'll kind of probably look to the subcommittee to probably echo some of the changes that they're proposing.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Sund. I sort of champion this project. The idea was, and I feel kind of bad because we've been very efficient in our meetings recently, but we had been going very long. I looked at other councils and administrative bodies and tried to see if there was something they were doing differently. The idea was to kind of streamline, make the meetings more efficient, make agenda items more predictable in terms of the time, right? We've got some people that have been sitting here for a long time for certain agenda items, so that you would have a better idea of when those items are going to come up, so you could come to the meeting around that time. And I'm pleased with what we produced. It allows for closed session to be not at the beginning, but towards the middle. That'll allow us to make some adjustments as we go. I think it does give the public better access and ability to comment on the things that matter to them the most, because they'll have a better idea of when those things are coming up. So unless anyone has questions or comments, I can make a motion.
I have a couple comments. So if anyone else wants to speak first.
Please.
My concern, I had a couple questions and one issue. I'll go from the last item first and go forward. The idea that speaker cards will not be accepted once deliberations have commenced. I'm not in favor of that. I think sometimes staff reports and other comments prompt input from the public. So I don't have a problem with
I think we may have.
Is the intent?
We dropped that.
It says speaker cards will not be accepted once deliberations have commenced. Assuming we've had assuming we've had public comments.
Correct.
But once we go into deliberation, we never take public comments after that. Even if
But
someone
that's the
filled out
current
a-
status.
Right.
We
Yeah.
always do it.
Okay, I wasn't
Yeah,
sure from
we-
this if
we-
you were
We have to cut
saying
it
once
off.
the,
You
once
had
the
us-
item had commenced.
We originally discussed that, but then we decided to go back to what we had had. Right.
Okay, so after public comments have been made and council deliberates, I'm totally fine with that. That's, thank you for the clarification. Fifth item, potential, the proposed change includes quarterly. The only other question I think I had was to start the meeting with a regular council meeting for an hour and then dismiss for closed session and then come back. Seems to me a little awkward. And when I read this, I thought, why don't we just have the closed session at the end? Because oftentimes in our closed section, we go right up to the hour. We have to rush to get out when we could maybe spend a little more time in closed session. Maybe do closed session at the end of a meeting. Because I like all these things. I think they're going to expedite the meetings. I like the last 2 or 3 meetings we've had, and they've really been well managed. So just my thoughts on
I think
sort
that
of.
we may be
splitting
eating
that up.
dinner at midnight.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a
at least we
problem.
are, but the public's not.
You know, I think it's probably because we never know how late we're going to go, and it could be getting pretty late to do closed session. I think
other
that
thing
was-
is
and that
sometimes-
the county, by the way, does it this way. They have the closed session kind of in the middle, and then they can
Right.
make adjustments.
Sometimes we are in closed session, we might pre-discuss something, not as to, just as to form, but we're not discussing the issue. But any legal things that we might be talking about, we do discuss. And we have to have that before we go into anything that's a public hearing, any items. So I think what you're saying to do is we meet for an hour. We could get through the consent calendar probably. And then right when we get out, we would go into the business meeting. So people would know that's when we're going to do it. I think that's what I was
I
thinking you were
think
trying
that's
to do.
what I like about it, because you can almost predict when we're going to be doing.
And I think it helps staff figure out what to agendize and how much to agendize, because there's sometimes that something can be put off. If it just doesn't fit in, it needs to go to another meeting if it's
Yeah,
not. time
that's
sensitive.
that's a good point, that we may need legal advice before we roll on something at the public session. So that was just my question. I can live with all these items. Thank you for answering my questions. And again, I really appreciate the way the meetings have been going the last few meetings.
I think
we
we've
have a
been
motion?
careful on
All right.
agendizing, but
I will,
appreciate the work.
and thanks again to staff and especially our folks over here, Laura and Megan, for helping to pull this together. I really appreciate it. Good work. So I will move to approve the agenda template changes as outlined in attachment 1 of the administrative report dated March 15th, 2022, and on file with the city clerk. Direct,
Oh, sorry.
direct that policy and procedure 1201-11 city council meeting and operating procedures be revised to include changes to the agenda as outlined in attachment 2 of the administrative report dated March 15th, 2022, on file with the city clerk. And that we adopt resolution number 22-10 entitled "The Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, establishing the date, time, and location of city council meetings and rescinding resolution number 08-84."
Now I will second.
All right.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
Mayor James.
All right.
Carrie Sporo. Next item is a report from the Assistant to the City Manager concerning consideration of a resolution affirming the city's position on the storage of spent nuclear fuel at Songs. And then after that, we do have some speaker cards.
Good evening, City Council. Before you this evening, you have a draft resolution affirming the city's position on the storage of spent nuclear fuel at Songs. This draft resolution was based on the resolution mentioned at the previous council meeting from the city of Del Mar. We are available for any questions.
I read it over. I'm good with it. Do we have council? Do we have comment?
A couple
Yeah,
comments, just a minor one on the whereas on page 2 of the resolution, the second whereas where it mentions part of the damage is sea level rise. I don't think sea level rise is remotely threatening at all. I'm in favor of the resolution generally, but I just think to me, that's a non-issue. I'd like to see sea level rise stricken.
Can you, what
On-
paragraph?
Let me just finish my,
Okay.
I'll just go down the list of concerns or on the resolution I have. On the second page where the therefores in section 2, where it goes on, second sentence to the rest of the section. It's a description of very technical information that I don't think we are privy to or can opine to from the qualified as an expert. So I think section 2, the first sentence is fine. Everything after that, I think probably needs to be stricken, especially considering that the containers be stored in with monitoring implemented with public online access. This is highly volatile, nasty material that could literally threaten 9 million people. And I think have online information regarding the monitoring, radiation monitoring is a little bit of a concern. I'm not sure what, because the essence of this resolution is that it's a dangerous product. It's especially susceptible to terrorist operations, and having that kind of public online is just a concern generally. On section 3, section 3, it says the city should allow no permits or licenses that should be granted or renewed for nuclear waste stored until these conditions are met. I think the problem with that is if the conditions aren't met and the material's not being stored, it's in a more dangerous situation than it is if we were to store it. So that's kind of a cart before the horse concern. The next section, section 4, where it says, again, the comment where it says no decommissioning funds should be approved on the 4th line down. Till these issues of no decommissioning funds should be approved. Again, we could be hamstringing ourselves potentially by not suggesting that no decommissioning funds be approved. Because again, by whatever inadequate storage they have, it's probably better than no storage at all. So those are just a couple of concerns I have, but generally I'm very much in support of the resolution. I think that is one of the major dangers to Southern California. I'd like to see something done, and I really am sorry that the government's been dragging their feet for over 40 years on this.
I have a lot of comments about how it can be revised, but I'm wondering if we should hear from the public before we go on, or should we now just go through this?
I think we should hear from the public, but I'm starting to there's so many changes. I'm thinking maybe we bring it back.
Can I ask one question? Is where did this verbiage come from?
City of
Because
This is the city of Del Mar's essentially their.
I have some issues already. I mean, I'm okay with sea level rise because if the sea level did go up, or something happened, those cannot be in the water. But I don't think we're making an assumption of the environment here by saying sea level rise. But I do have something with the system has to be inspected inside and outside. It's very dangerous what is inside. We don't inspect it inside. We inspect the outside of the canisters for cracks or any erosion,
what section
which
is
takes
that?
years to get to. Section 2.
Yeah.
I think that is something that is not in songs of what they do.
You'd have to permeate, you'd have to perforate.
You don't
the
do that.
existing
You
canister.
do not
That's
mess with
dangerous.
it. So,
I think there's a lot of things beyond
yeah.
our pay grade to understand here.
Well, there's things
So
that
that-
don't match it.
And just 1 second.
Yeah.
And then I think this could be a 1-pager or.
Yeah,
or 2
that's my whole
pages.
point. Actually, I would strike a lot of those sections that we've talked about. That's kind of why I wanted to go. So maybe I'll just go through that so we can notate and we can see if we can get clarity to do it tonight. And if it's too complicated, we can bring it back. But this,
Why don't you make the changes and bring it back?
I think that's what.
yeah.
How many public comment cards do you have?
4.
Let's bring the public comment cards up. And you can read them off in sequence on who's coming up.
Okay. First speaker will be Jennifer Massey, followed by Manuel Camargo, followed by Roger Johnson, followed by Gary Hedrick.
Good evening again.
Busy night, Jiffy.
And I didn't even get to say comment on one item. I guess you're limited to 3. Anyway, it is known the problem with locating a storage site out of state is the probability that many states would not allow nuclear waste to be transported through them. So when you're talking about people get excited about places in New Mexico and Texas, which have problems on their sites, so I won't spend time now, waste time telling you the problems with those sites anyway, because we know even within the state of California, there are some concerns that some cities may not want this waste transported through them. So therefore, I believe that we must find a site within the state as far as possible from populated areas in California or any other states that could be nearby, like Nevada or whatever. There are some military sites that I understand are far from the population. So that would be a concern that I think we should be looking into. We benefited from the power from San Onofre, and so we probably need to pay for it. So please, City Council members, you know the hazardous conditions surrounding San Onofre, the millions of homes and businesses and human lives that could be lost, at least 50 million from San Diego to LA. So please, and by the way, just so I know you all know this, you smart people, but you would still owe the mortgage on your house or your business, even if you couldn't ever come back here. So I would plead with you to please be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Manuel Camargo, and I'm with SCE and Songs. We appreciate that San Clemente has had an appointee to the Songs Community Engagement Panel, or CEP, since it was formed back in 2014, including at present Mayor Pro Tem Chris Duncan. We also appreciate that San Clemente shares our interest in removing the spent fuel from Songs, and that the city passed a resolution of support for the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition, which SCE helped formed almost a year ago to the day. We're encouraged that the Department of Energy, or DOE, has restarted the Federal Spent Fuel Management Program. As you may know, just last month, we hosted a senior official from the DOE at a CEP meeting on the exact topic of the spent fuel program. So the item on the agenda tonight, item 9D, the resolution affirming the city's position of the storage of spent nuclear fuel, does have some important and constructive elements to it. But as some of you have already pointed out, it also contains some inaccuracies. And to that point, I did submit an email to the city clerk earlier today to share with you all, highlighting some of those errors. These issues are complex and the facts matter. So I do appreciate you being thoughtful about this process. I will just take time to cite one example. The spent fuel at Songs is in a solid state, not liquid. And without operating reactors, we cannot produce the 5,000 degrees required to melt the fuel pellets. So even with a hypothesized through wall crack of a canister, there is no threat of accidental leaks. And we all should take comfort in that. As per the NRC, right now, with all that spent fuel in dry storage, there are 0 incidents that result in an off-site release of radiological material, not even here in neighboring San Clemente. Relatedly, there is no impetus for a canister breach resulting in damages potentially exceeding 13.4 trillion over 50 years. It's stated in the current resolution. So if I may, I do appreciate your work to address these errors. And I would tell you as well that if we can correct those errors, SCE would fully support this resolution. Finally, let me emphasize that we do have a very important window of opportunity that has opened here with the DOE and its renewed focus on the federal spent fuel management program. We look forward to working together with San Clemente and other like-minded stakeholders to effectively navigate that window of opportunity. Together, I'm optimistic that we can make real progress toward the shared goal of clearing the Song site of spent fuel. Thank you for your attention.
Manuel, you still have time. Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
Is Del Mar on the CEP panel? The city of Del Mar?
No, it's not.
All right, thank you. That answers a lot then.
Mr. Mayor, if it's appropriate, even if it's public comments, but we have an expert in front of us. So my question is, I understand that there've been hearings around the country in communities to try to figure out which community is willing to accept the this toxic material. Can you tell us what's the response been? Or are you zeroing in on a possible location?
What I would say about that is the DOE has just restarted the program. So they're starting the process of looking to seek consent. If I may, there are international examples of success in using this kind of a consent-based process. Finland already is constructing a facility, a disposal facility based on after a consent-based process. Sweden just announced that it's identified a community that is willing to accept a facility. And just up north in Canada, they started with this type of a consent-based process that the DOE is pursuing. They started with 22 communities that raised their hand, and they're down to 2, hoping to identify 1 by next year. So the process is to start by looking for consent, which communities would like to consider, not say yes, but consider hosting a facility. And the next step from the DOE is also critical. So the DOE is planning to do a funding opportunity. So what that means is that they would provide funding to provide a community with the resources to really be thoughtful about what they might be considering or getting themselves into, whether that's geological studies, legal support, regulatory expertise. Any of those things would be provided to a community so that they don't get, my terminology, kind of hoodwinked into accepting a facility without fully understand what they were getting into. So those are the next couple of steps here that the DOE is going
And
through.
have you found communities that raised their hand and said, we want to talk to you about it?
Not yet. They're just starting that process now here in the US anyway.
Thank you.
If a repository opened today and you could ship today, how many years would it take you to get all that material out of San Antonio?
My recollection is it's about 1 year, and there is an important issue here regarding the sort of prioritization, or what technically is called the queue, if you've heard that term. So what we advocate for at SCE is that decommissioning sites be among the first to be able to accept. So, but to your question, if we at SCE were able to prioritize, get the DOE to prioritize moving Song spent fuel first, that process would take nominally about a year in order to be able to clear the facility of the spent fuel. And promising too is that the Department of Energy is right now working on the train to be able to transport the spent fuel. There's an Atlas rail car, there's a Fortis rail car, there's an escort vehicle, not known as a caboose because it's a very sophisticated piece of equipment, but a lot looks like a caboose. So that is in the prototype phase now. So DOE is working on some of these very important sort of long lead items in order to make sure that they're prepared to be able to clear the spent fuel from places like Songs.
But the spent fuel, much of it couldn't be moved for a period of time. Is that correct?
There's a small, the numbers are, I believe it's 100. So we have 123 canisters of spent fuel. So you are correct that the spent fuel does need to, even after it goes into a canister, it does need to cool for a period of time before it can be transported. So we have 123 canisters at Songs. I believe it's 104 right now are already qualified for movement. And the balance will be ready by 2030. And if we magically, shouldn't say magically, if we were fortunate enough to have a facility become available sooner than that, we actually could look at requalifying the spent fuel to see if it in fact is available to move sooner.
Thank you very
But the
much.
majority of the spent fuel is ready to move right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. This is a historic moment, I think. I was talking to somebody the other day and they said this is by far the most important issue that's ever come before this San Clemente City Council in its history. It's a major issue across the country. It's an issue here, and people are finally starting to realize that we are the home of a nuclear waste dump. It's located right here officially by Washington, and we need to show some leadership. The cities in San Diego County have already shown this, passed resolutions, and we need to do the same. Let's look back a little bit in history. Nuclear reactors were developed in the 1950s. But people were terrified at how dangerous they were and the consequences. So what happened is Congress passed the Price-Anderson Nuclear Indemnification Act in 1957. And that said, if there's a major accident, you're indemnified. The public pays, the government pays, we don't pay. And that started the nuclear industry. Now, how dangerous could they be? If you look at Fukushima, so far $500 billion. Some estimates are that it could cost trillions here if there's an accident. It's not an explosion, it's radiation. Plumes of radiation are the danger. That's why California took the leadership in 1976 and passed a moratorium act. No more nuclear power until we figure out what to do with what we have. Remember, Nixon wanted to put 50 nuclear power plants up and down the coast of California. So the big problem is what to do with the nuclear waste. So what's inside of these canisters? They're fuel rods about 12 feet tall, 5 inches in diameter, and they hold pellets. The pellets are uranium and plutonium and lots of other radionuclides. They're about the size of an almond. There's about 300 million right here. That's what's here, and that's what we have to worry about. So San Onofre is now a consolidated interim storage site. There's about 80 in the country, stranded fuel with nowhere to go because there's no plan. And so what the progress that's being made is by the Department of Energy, as the gentleman just cited at the meeting. They have a program going where they're asking public for comment on consent. What they're saying is that nuclear fuel should not be stored anywhere where there's no consent. Well, we never gave consent. And this resolution basically says San Clemente does not give consent to store this waste here. And I think that's an important statement to make. And I hope you all will follow up on this in the strongest possible terms, show the leadership necessary so that we get the message across that spent nuclear fuel does not belong in population zones and dangerous communities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Following Gary Hedrick will be Mike, no last name.
Good evening, council. Thank you for your service. My name's Gary Hedrick, representing San Clemente Green. And I commend you for addressing this huge issue that we've been dealing with since 2010. I think the resolution has a lot of good points in it, but I want to focus on one particular aspect of it where it calls for urging for temporary interim solutions. And I want to express the danger of that because there's a lot of other discussion about things that are going to happen down the road. But if we don't address this particular issue first, then it won't matter what happens later. What I want to remind you about is when we first got started on this issue in 2010, it was because whistleblowers warned us about a problem that actually shut down the plant 2 years later. Then we had our first example of storing nuclear waste here, and the first 4 canisters had faulty shims in them. That's when we found out we were unable to use the system that Edison promised us was available, where you could take the canister, put it back in the spent fuel pool, and we could have switched out for proper canisters that weren't damaged. But that's when we realized that's not an option. So now that we can't use the spent fuel pools, I want you to understand the urgency of creating a system, of building a fortress basically to house the nuclear waste during the period, which is an uncertain length of time, where we don't know how long these canisters will be reliable. So if we keep talking about things that need to be in place in certain times as we move through this process, but we forget to protect the fuel as best as it can be here, like other nuclear energy countries around the world, we need to be prepared like Switzerland. And there's a good example. We can use their costs, their technology. It was built 12 years ago. We could improve on what was done, but that's a building that can withstand an attack from the military. It's protected from tsunamis. It's got all the attributes that we want so that when we accidentally go beyond the intended lifespan of these canisters, we won't be stuck with nowhere to go. And the problems before, if we have a permanent site, that's taken so many years already, over 40 years just to figure out a permanent solution. Then you look at Yucca Mountain and you see how that failed. We have to anticipate that things are not going to go as planned, but these canisters were intended to be picked up in 20 years or less by the DOE. They weren't. They are supposed to be, they were only warranted for 20 years. I'm sorry, can I just be a brief wrap up?
No, I'm sorry, 3 minutes.
Okay, so please do the hot sell first. That's the main thing.
Thank you.
I wanted to just talk briefly here about public awareness, transparency, and the importance of communication regarding any emergency issue related to the Songs site. The city of Laguna Beach recently put in loudspeakers. So older people, like some of you remember that in the 70s and 80s, every Tuesday, 2 o'clock, they'd go off. Other cities in California have done the same. When there have been serious emergencies, cell phone towers have gone out, power has gone out, communication has been a problem, et cetera. So the amendment, the main concern that I have is that, and I live very close to this site, southernmost part of the city, is that there won't be adequate communication in emergency sense put out in time. It's going to be here 20 years. We've seen tsunamis hit the coast. We've had earthquakes, big fires. We've had a 9/11 terrorist attack. We have narco shootings nearby. We have a crazy guy in Putin, might even nuke a couple of spots. We live in a crazy world. We have to prepare for the worst. It does transpire. It does happen, even here in our beautiful state. And I just wish that folks would remember the importance of communication and transparency to the public in a case of emergency. In the case of the deconstruction of those domes, I think that's also an area where the public would be best served with an ongoing source of understanding. It's going to look weird as we chisel from the bottom and those domes slowly go down. So a lot of questions, and the public really should be in a position where they best understand what's going on day to day or month to month, year to year. I also noted that there's no one from Songs on our emergency response group committee, which I think is a little bit odd because radiation is one of our main concerns here in our town. We don't seem to have the liaison or the connection of our town with this site. So maybe some verbiage put in that would address some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anything else?
Okay, yeah, I'm glad we got to hear those public comments and have this comment from council members before. So I want to clarify a couple things. One, I'm on the citizens engagement panel, so I have a little bit of insight into what's going on at Songs. It is a critically important issue for San Clemente because actually, as the handout got, I mean, they say it's located in San Clemente, actually with our zip code. So, but it's also close no matter what. The Department of Energy was supposed to, and has the legal obligation to dispose of spent nuclear fuel. Not Songs, not Edison, not us, Department of Energy. They have fallen down on the job and not gotten that done. And that's the federal government's failing. There was a permanent suppository at Yucca Mountain that was discontinued after millions of dollars were spent. That would have been that kind of final location for this. So, but we have to deal with the circumstances that are in front of us, not as we wish they were. That's what we have. The purpose of bringing the resolution was very simply, in my mind, to make one point. The federal government is starting down a process of consent-based siting. That's where they're going to look to move spent fuel to either temporary or permanent locations. The temporary is what they're looking at now, which doesn't make sense to me, because if you don't have a permanent, the temporary becomes a permanent, as we've seen at Songs. So, but we don't get to control what they do. We just get to control what message they hear from us. The simple message that I'd like the resolution to tell, and I think maybe it would be best if we bring it back with some clarity, is that as the federal government starts down the road of this consent-based siting program, they're looking to communities and they're going to try to convince communities or have communities convince themselves to take on this spent fuel. A dangerous proposition, but could be economically very beneficial for communities that are struggling economically. There may be communities out there who are willing to either have a temporary or permanent site. My own purpose was, and I know Roger likes to say this, we never consented to become a nuclear stored fuel depository, and yet we are. So my only goal in this is to let those Department of Energy, Nuclear Regulatory Commission folks know as they go through this process that we don't consent to having it here. Yes, we can't force them to take it away, but we can go on the record and say, we're not happy with this. Move the process along and find a community that is willing to consent to take it and move expeditiously. So I would like a resolution that accomplishes these things, and I'll just list them for clarity and people can add. But for the whereas, I think we just need to say, and this could be a one-pager. There's spent nuclear waste stored at or near San Clemente at Songs. That's dangerous to San Clemente. The Department of Energy is responsible for storing spent nuclear fuel, finding locations to do that. And the Department of Energy is starting a consent-based program to accomplish that. That's the whereas. For the resolution, San Clemente does not consent to storing spent nuclear fuel at Songs or near our city. We support moving it to a location where there's a longer term solution, as a federal government is obligated to do. And then we send that to the folks that are in charge of this at Department of Energy and our Congress people as well. I think that's the only point I wanted to accomplish. We have other resolutions, as Councilmember Ward pointed out, where we were already on the record saying we don't like this, but I wanted to make sure as this process starts and it's in its infancy, we go on the record and say, we never consented to have it here. You're looking at consent, moving it somewhere else. It's not okay to keep it here.
Yep.
Move forward and move it somewhere else.
Yep.
So that's what I hope we can bring back as a one-pager that accomplishes those basic things. And thank you to everyone for coming. And I think that actually satisfies us about everything that we heard from all of the different speakers, even they were all across the board.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So you're tabling it for now and.
Asking it to come back.
Unless
with the
that's
changes.
clear enough, I think it's probably such a departure from this that we may need to bring it back and see it.
Yeah, I think we should bring it back.
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you
If I may,
put those in writing so that we have a resolution to sign and we'll pass it next time.
I see Jennifer's hand up. And so I'm looking at Jennifer. Did you catch all of that in terms of, and obviously we have it on video to go back to, but in terms of editing that and bringing it back to the council at the next council meeting, if that's the will of the council?
Yes, we did capture all of those edits. The question from staff is if it's okay if we place that on the consent calendar for the next meeting.
I think
Sure.
that's a good option.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense. Consent, speaking of consent, we do consent to that though. Okay.
I'm guessing someone's gonna pull it off the consent calendar.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah, let's put it there. That's wonderful.
Okay.
City clerk?
Good.
Do you have
catches.
enough from that? Do we need to vote on that or?
Thanks
It'll
for
be on
bringing it up,
consent.
Chris.
Okay.
That's vitally
Yeah.
important. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Thanks to everybody for coming.
Okay, the next item is a report from the Assistant to the City Manager concerning an update on legislative activities for the city of San Clemente.
Hi, thank you. This evening, we have a quarterly update from our legislative advocate at the state level. His name is Mark Aprea. He's with Aprea and McKelly. He is here to answer any questions. However, just a brief overview. You have a quarterly report that includes a summary of the bills that we are watching and includes a short introduction regarding wildlife insurance. And going from there, I will turn it over to Mr. Aprea.
Jennifer, thank you. Mayor James, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, members of the council, Mark Aprea with Aprea and McKelly. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Before we get into some of the items for your consideration, I just want to provide you an overview of what's going on in the state capitol and two major forces that are sort of driving a lot of what's going on. Number one, you all will recall last year that the state of California had a $76 billion surplus. At the beginning of this year, Governor Newsom outlined a nearly $46 billion surplus. And according to the Legislative Analyst's Office, that surplus could grow by another $6 to $23 billion. So we might see a surplus in the 2022-23 fiscal year of almost $69 billion. So quite a lot in terms of a very healthy budget. I'd also like to point out that we're seeing an incredible amount of turnover in the legislature, driven by a number of forces. But the bottom line is, and as an example, in the state assembly, we have 25 out of the 80 members who have either resigned or have indicated that they will not seek re-election in 2022. So we're seeing over 30% of the assembly will turn over by the end of this year. So all of that is creating a level of churn or turnover that will certainly impact the legislature, not only this year, but in subsequent to the 2022 election. So in your report, there's a lot of information there. I am not going to go through each and every item, but there are a number of items that I would like to receive some decision or direction from you. In the bill file, there is a section called Pending City Council Position. There are 5 items, 5 measures that Jennifer and I have identified for your consideration. I'll go through them just briefly. AB 1755, it is homeowners insurance and home hardening. I recognize that this has been an issue that has been before the council before and again today. And in this instance, there's a requirement that homeowners insurance be provided so long as the property is hardened. And so that's a matter for your consideration. Also, there are 2 measures relating to electric bicycles, AB 1909 and AB 1946. We provided a summary of those measures for you. And then there are 2 measures dealing with that which is important to San Clemente from a tourism perspective. One is AB 2177 by Assembly Member Jackie Irwin, which is a coastal recreation or designated state surfing reserve, that designation. And then Assembly Concurrent Resolution 116 by Assembly Member Jen Nguyen, which would declare California Surfing Day on September 2022 and each year thereafter. And then there are 2 other items. One is a letter that's been developed for you in support of Senate Bill 1224. That is a measure that Senator Bates is authoring, seeking funding for open space in the South Orange County, North San Diego County area that would benefit the city of San Clemente. And then there is also a budget letter that we have developed with your staff, given the budget surplus, that there are a number of items that the city of San Clemente believes would be of regional or statewide benefit, and a request for state funding for those varying purposes, from parks to sand replenishment and other items. I'll stop and see if there are any questions or any items in which you would like to get into a discussion.
I just wanted to ask if I could, Gene.
Sure.
Mark, the last comment that you made was the question I was going to ask about this massive surplus and getting some of that money for sand replenishment here in San Clemente. Is there a pending bill on that, or is that just?
Yeah, the governor in his proposed budget did provide for funding, and a little over $1 million of that was designated for San Clemente. Recognizing that a budget is for a specific fiscal year, of course, you can look to appropriate money over multiple years, and that's certainly something that we are asking above and beyond that which the governor has provided in his proposed budget back in January.
How much was the total amount for sand replenishment?
Let me get that.
$1 million, but that's not very much considering the cost of our sand replenishment.
Here we go.
Roughly, just magnitude of scale, kind of.
The total amount was about $15 million.
And that's statewide?
State, yes.
That's for, are you referring to San Clemente Sand Replenishment Project?
Yes.
Yeah, so our project was about 15 million. The federal was about just over 9. And so the local share is over 5. And we have some money set aside. We also have about 3 million already approved from the state. And we're looking to supplement that 3 with some additional funds. That supplement of additional funds is what we're requesting from the additional funding available from the state.
Well, that will help. That will help.
So
I was
that's
hoping the number was a lot
around-
larger with the what 90 billion or whatever the number was, a huge.
So we're looking,
surplus.
we're still looking for about 2 to 3 million.
Yeah.
Is that about right? Okay.
Yeah. That's all. I just wanted to know about that.
Mr. Prey, I have one. I appreciate both being on here about the electric bikes. There is another bill that I cannot think of who the author was. It has to do with licensing for people that sell e-bikes. And it had to do with changing the classification of them, class 1, class 2, because we're getting bikes from all different areas, China, everywhere. And I didn't know, are you familiar with that one? Because I can't put my finger on what the name of that bill.
I don't have the bill number for you, but I can certainly provide that to staff tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And we looked, and I recall that measure on the licensing side. I wasn't sure what the application might have been to the city, but we'll certainly follow up on that.
What it seems to do is change, make it easier on some of the classifications. And in our city, we only allow class 1 and 2 e-bikes, and we don't allow class 3. And these are changing the specifics of the e-bikes where some of them don't even have pedals. They're just a throttle, and they're a scooter. But there's someone in the legislature that is putting forth this bill. And I know we have several bike groups, the Orange County Bicycle Coalition, that is against some of that measure. So if you could find that, I would appreciate it.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Good to hear from you, Mark. Thank you for that rundown. Appreciate it.
He's got a suit and tie. I was unaware. Of that.
Yeah, he does.
He always dresses very
Good,
nice.
good
actually.
work. Thank you for the update on the.
Hey,
on all
Mark,
of this.
is there any rumbling about, and I don't know whether it'd be an executive action or legislative action, any rumbling in Sacramento about a suspension of state gas tax with this?
Yeah, I can certainly give you, the governor had proposed some sort of a suspension of the gas tax. Their legislative leadership, that is Speaker Rendon and Senate President Pro Tem Atkins, pushed back. And there were reasons for that, ranging from a concern that the savings of the tax would not be realized by the drivers, that some of that could be benefit the oil companies who would simply raise their prices to accommodate the difference. And so what is being considered now is some sort of a rebate, but it's not clear what that rebate might entail. So the options that we've heard discussed are an across-the-board rebate to everybody based upon a automobile registration, or that there will be, as we saw in tax rebates last year, where it will be income-based. In other words, it won't be across the board, but it will be dedicated to those who are in low income or in disadvantaged communities. So that has yet to be determined, but it is, I would say, actively under consideration. I would say, however, that the tax suspension is more likely than not off the table.
Thank you.
I do have one comment, unless you have another one.
No,
Okay, it just got me thinking. Mark, the governor proposed a new program in the area of homelessness that would make it more obligatory for individuals, I think particularly suffering mental issues, to be to go through a process where they go into a treatment center. Is that something that the legislature now picks up, or how does that move forward once the governor kind of puts forth the broad outlines of a program like that? Because I think that kind of thing actually might make a difference.
Well, I think the concern has been that a lot of money has been spent on homelessness. The governor, in his State of the State address, identified that about 58,000 people had been taken off the streets and placed in some form of housing. Yet I think he recognizes both from comments from legislators, from constituents, and we certainly see that in polling data, that the view is that there is a view that there hasn't been enough of a turnaround in terms of that problem, and that there are a number of individuals, not unlike the survey that you presented earlier, where you have folks who are homeless because of economic circumstances, but there are others who are homeless for other reasons relating to drug abuse or mental illness. And the idea of requiring some action by the homeless individual to get themselves off the street. So those discussions are ongoing, but I can't say that there's that debate has been finalized. But the governor has certainly put that at the front of his agenda.
Okay, good to hear. And just a couple.
And happy to get more detail for you and for staff.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's sort of a breakdown, is that you have, I don't know necessarily if it's humane to have folks that can't make those decisions out there. There may be room for courts or some procedure to help make that decision that they need to have some help. Just a quick comment on the e-bike legislation from my personal perspective. The one bill that really requires e-bikes to be allowed everywhere. I thought you were going to speak on this, Kathy, but
Well,
that's kind of problematic.
Yeah.
Well,
I was going to go through them.
we just passed, our own prohibition on the beach trail because it's just not conducive to having a motorized vehicle on it, electric or not. So that's going to be interesting to see how that comes out as it pertains to us. I don't see us supporting that. And then, but relatedly, we have our Assemblywoman Tasha Borner Horvath from just south of here with legislation on e-bike safety. I think that is something that we could probably potentially get behind. We'll have to look more further at that, but we do need to make sure that we have more measures in place to talk, to have particularly our youth operating e-bikes more safely. And if there was state legislation that helped us get there, that might be helpful. So just a couple comments on that, but
Yeah,
again.
let me provide you just a little bit of data so that it sort of helps you prioritize some things. On AB 1909, that measure is authored by Assemblymember Laura Friedman from Glendale. She is the chair of the Assembly Transportation Committee. That measure is before her committee on March 28. AB 1946, the measure by Assemblymember Warner Horvath, that measure is before the Assembly Transportation Committee on March 21. So those measures are fast coming before their first policy committee hearing.
Okay, very good. Good to know. Thank you.
Mark, it's good to see you. Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
You know,
And if there's any follow-up, happy to respond through Jennifer and Eric, however you'd like.
and I am impressed with one thing. You quoted our homeless report, which tells me you watched our entire meeting. Thank you.
I have been here since 5 o'clock and you know, I learned a lot more about the city of San Clemente and what's important not only to the members of the council, but also to the public. And so I appreciate your inviting me to present today and to be here with you. And if you don't mind, I know I won't be presenting every council meeting, but I'd like to come back and tune in and see what's on the minds of your residents, but also what the debate is about that's before you.
I think we need to come up with some, you know, some scheduled time that you do this, because it was very helpful to me. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Mark.
Did you want to receive and file that report?
Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Noblock, Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
and Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-0. Oral Communications Part 2, I don't have any speaker cards. Moving on to reports, City Manager.
A couple of items very quickly, just from the city manager approved contracts. 3 contracts to report out. LSA Associates for Montalvo Canyon outlet improvements, $22,350. Trepepe Smith for community education and outreach for $49,500. BKF Engineers, Montalvo Canyon outlet improvements, $8,480. And then, as part of my city manager comments, I wanted to update the council on a few things. First off, at a previous council meeting, the mayor pro tem, the mayor, and I believe, I don't know who seconded it, there was a discussion of agendizing in a resolution to basically oppose the mask mandate for the Capitol Unified School District. I want to say a couple of days after that council meeting, the CUSD board met. They voted in conjunction with the governor's mask mandate that they would end their mask mandate in relationship to the governor, which I believe was today. So I wanted to make sure and bring this back to the council, but I think it's moot since the CUSD has taken that position. So I wanted to communicate that out. I also wanted to communicate very briefly that the city councils, city staff have engaged a consultant to do a strategic planning session for the council. The goal of this, and this was discussed at a couple of prior council meetings, is to interview all the council members and interview the executive team. And then at the conclusion of that, have a public workshop for the consultant to land the strategic priorities for the city. It's my intention, and I know Councilmember Ferguson had voiced this as well, to bring this back to the council as an annual process so that every year the council reevaluates their priorities to ensure that their goals are met with what the priorities are. This also helps for staff. We used to do this as part of the LTFP, and I think this kickoff will eventually integrate back into the LTFP as a touch-in process. But I do know, and I'm looking at the legislative administrator, we do need to land a date for the public workshop. And so with that, I'm going to ask Laura if she wants to quickly manage that.
And
What day of
this,
the week? It's good for me. Oh,
So-
just meant April.
There's no council meeting on that night? Okay, I'm good.
April 12th looks good for me.
Okay.
I'm
So are we
old
setting it
school-
for
I'm
that
old
date?
school. I have a paper calendar and I don't have it with me, but I'll double check if it's a problem. I'll let you know.
And Jennifer can send us out invites, right?
yes,
Well, I thought we were setting it tonight.
well, you're setting the date tonight and then we'll calendar it on your calendar as we do for council meetings, et cetera.
Okay.
And then the last thing I wanted to report out, and this was just a good thing, the city conducted on February 20th, our lifeguard tryouts. We had a great turnout. I just wanted to give a shout out to Marine Safety managing this process. And we had a lot of kids that were eager to participate, which is always a great thing. And so I just wanted to commend both our Samantha Wiley, BPR director, as well as Rod Malott, our Marine Safety Captain, and Sean Stottebauer, our Marine Safety Lieutenant, for a well-done job. That's it.
Question?
Yes, please.
Mr. City Manager, you mentioned the contract for $49,000 for community outreach. Is that related to the strategic planning issue?
No, this community education and outreach is with regards to hospital and healthcare services.
Is that related to the town hall that
That is correct.
we're going to be having?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And it's bigger than that.
It's the town hall and it's a number of other communications processes that they'll be helping support the city as we message the town hall and the results of the public survey.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the city manager? I have a couple things. City manager, I'm pulling my hair out. Crossing guards on Visceramosa. I don't want to do the sky is falling, the sky is falling. It's a dangerous intersection. We still don't have crossing guards there. You know, I don't know what we have to pay a crossing guard to get there, but we need to do it.
Fair question. I know Public Works staff who manages this contract has been contacting the vendor on a weekly basis. The vendor has, I'll say, up their ante and included a signing bonus as a point of attraction for candidates.
Oh.
The other thing, I mean, and I'm not advocating for this, but it was something that came to the council as it related to trolley expenses, and trolley drivers were difficult to find. It's always within the purview for the council to want pay more. That would help attract. I don't necessarily know if that would solve the problem. But I do know that staff are very aware of this issue and working on calling them on a weekly basis. But as of this report, I don't have any updates.
You know, as one council member, I'm going to say, resolve it in the next 2 weeks or the next meeting. We will, you know, I think we'll have to look at upping the ante here.
I'm just wondering, you know, with the odd hours, the early morning and the afternoon, if maybe the community college, you might get some students that have flexible hours that are looking for some money. Have we advertised with on campus?
Well, this is a consultant, so we don't advertise for them, but we can definitely talk to them and see if there's some other opportunities for them to branch out for their communications.
You know, the other thing, do we deputize parents? I'm sure.
Yeah, that's a
there'd
good
be-
idea. That's a
I'm
very
sure
good
there-
idea.
I'm sure there'd be parents that would be willing to
And-
do
Very
it. They
good
would have
idea.
to take some sort of training.
Mhm.
And I don't know what that would entail.
That's an excellent idea.
I like that idea as well. We will get the job information and we will do a press release to our community to see if we can't call any
Short Cliff.
citizens,
Short Cliff
and we'll
PTA.
work with the school district in terms of communicating to the parents at the schools as well. It's a great idea.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I have like three other things. I would like to see brought to council, and I'm gonna give Councilmember Noblock here the credit for me starting to think about water. And I've read so much damn boring stuff about desal. I've had it up to here, but it also brings up the point of recycled water as well. that is something we need to look at. And I know the city of San Clemente and San Margarita Water District have been in talks about a service agreement regarding recycled water, storage of recycled water, that sort of thing. I would like to bring them in for a presentation. And after that presentation, probably agendize talking about what that agreement might look like.
Understood. We can do that if there's the will of the council.
John, about having that in conjunction with the desal presentation?
No. just
Separate.
separate.
I was thinking
It's
separate.
already in the
Okay,
works.
that's what I just.
And just to clarify, we already have direction to bring South Coast Water District before the council as a special presentation on desalinization.
Right.
So this would be a separate presentation, a different night for Santa Margarita Water District.
And then we received a text. I received a text email. I forwarded to you some photos on concerns about the integrity of the T Street Bridge. What's going on there?
So a couple of things. Number one, there is going to be a project as part of the CIP budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023. That's a rehabilitation project for the T Street Bridge. I do know that our Public Works Director and one of our engineers walked the site this week to inspect it visually. My briefing with the Public Works Director was there were no structural integrity issues, but that he thought it would be a good idea to have a consultant come out. And obviously, there's a high point to the bridge. Have a consultant come out and do some just testing to make sure that there are no issues. Again, structurally, there's no issues, but there are some aging that you're seeing within the bridge. And so that's in the works to have that consultant come out and do an inspection. And I can definitely come back to council as part of a city manager update when that consultant is done with their study to give you those results, but then also it'll be part of your proposed budget for a larger project.
What's the old saying? A stitch in time saves nine.
Absolutely.
So let's make sure we do that. and
Understood.
we get back with this.
Yes, sir.
And then the last thing I want to remind everyone on March 27th is the Jim Dahl Celebration of Life at Vista Hermosa Park. And I'm looking over at the city clerks. What time is that going to be? 1 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And also I have been in contact with Jim's family about the possibility of a park bench in his honor. And I suggested somewhere on the golf course, and they came back with 2 thumbs up. They would like to see a Jim Dahl park bench at the golf course somewhere.
I would ask if that was the will of the council, if I can get 3 to direct staff to begin that process, then we would come back with a staff report with the recommendation of the location and the cost to address that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it should be on the whole that Jim could not putt on.
Well, that's the
or
question
his
we'd have
favorite
to
hole or
ask.
something.
We
The
can get
worst
that
hole or-
information, but yeah, absolutely. In terms of a good location, that was
I
something
think
that
there
was
was a
meaningful.
whole, I don't know where it is, where it's close to a street and people would just drive up and start
Yell
talking
at
to
Jim.
him. Yeah, yell at him or talk to him. Yeah. I don't know where it's
Absolutely.
at.
Who were the 3 council members? I heard
It was
mayor.
all 4 of us, actually.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
all of it?
fine.
Okay.
I think that's a good place for it.
And then I'll have something for council member comments. That's all I have. Thank you.
If I could follow up on the city with the city manager, a couple of very quick items. The streamlined permit process, when do you envision that would be scheduled?
I'm gonna estimate that staff will probably be looking to bring that to the council in early May.
Early May, okay. Also, one other thing, I got some emails, you all probably did as well, the Del Mar hanging flower basket issue. The Rotary Club has said, we want to sort of take over that project and monitor it and so forth. Is there anything, is that something that,
As I understand it, the DBA actually covers the maintenance costs for those planters, but I have heard complaints of hanging pots that are looking like they're not fresh. And so I can facilitate working with Rotary and the DBA to see if there's some energy that can come together for additional coverage. But I do know the DBA does fund the maintenance of those pods.
And I hope I'm not confusing that with the Rotary's request for the
ribbons?
Ukrainian war ribbons. Is that something we need to?
Which absolutely, we did receive a request from the Rotaries to install blue and yellow ribbons on the trees on Del Mar. The city did provide approval to the Rotary yesterday for them to go ahead and put those ribbons up. They would be up for 60 days and then reevaluated. And the Rotary would be in charge of inspection and replacement of those.
Okay, one last thing. We discussed earlier this evening, the Mariposa Bridge. And there are two other steel bridges on the trail that we haven't had much discussion on. Eric, are we inspecting those bridges and make sure the maintenance is up to par?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, we can bring that, I can have that at my next city manager comment. There were two bridges that council previously gave direction to Public Works to inspect to make sure that they were sound as well. And I know that a consultant
So
was
that's-
hired to do those inspections. So at the next council meeting, I'll report out those findings for those two
Perfect.
bridges.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
I think we skipped the city attorney. Did you have anything?
No, I don't have anything else to present. Thank you.
Council member comments, right? Yeah, council
Oh,
member
yeah.
comments.
No comments.
Yeah, it's already come up. I just am incredibly proud of more than 20 years of effort by many people on council, residents for sand replenishment. It's been a long time coming. Congressman Levin was able to get that over the finish line, and we had the president signing it tonight. So incredibly happy for the city that we get to have that project move forward. And then we've also gotten Coastal Commission approval separately to work on sand retention, because we've seen before we deliver sand and then it washes away. If we don't have the proper measures in place to hold it, then it may be just a temporary fix. So those two things I'm just really happy about. I'm very happy for the city. And just on that note of Ukraine, you have something happening, and obviously it's a different example, but people of all different stripes coming together to protect their homeland. And I see this as something we can all rally behind too, to protect our city. And we should celebrate these moments and not just let them go by and go, oh, that's nice. I mean, this is really an achievement, and it's a great thing for the city, great thing for the city's businesses. Hopefully we do see everyone kind of unify behind this and come together and be that happy family, sometimes dysfunctional, but that happy family that is San Clemente. So I'm looking forward to that.
And what a wonderful example for private gun ownership.
Okay.
You had to put that, bring that up, right?
All right. Yeah.
I was
Luckily,
trying to
no
think
one's
for a
here to
second, I'm
hear
like, Wait
this.
a minute, what subject are we? on?
Councilman
I don't have
Ward.
anything. I have no comments.
I-
Happy
I-
about the sand replenishment
I
project.
have one thing I'd like to agendize for the next meeting, if I get support. Recently, the city of San Juan Capistrano, pushed by their mayor pro tem, Howard Hart, the brother of a great friend of all of ours, put forth a resolution asking the governor to end his his emergency powers. I can read through this, but I would suggest that I'll read to it real quick. On February 18th, 2020, Governor Newsom declared that California is entering a new phase where COVID-19 is now being treated as an endemic problem rather than a state of peril. Section 8629 of the Government Code, as part of the California Emergency Services Act, authorizes state legislature to terminate a state of emergency by concurrent resolution by the legislature. So this is no more than a resolution supporting the state legislature and the governor's overreach.
I'll second to put that on the agenda.
And I really don't need a third, because I can do all the staff work on it.
Just make sure that it's in the report so that it's in the staff report.
That's all I have.
Nothing else? I'll make a motion that we recess into closed session.
Just give me one.
We're
one
not
moment.
adjourning yet.
What's that?
We're not adjourning. We have
Oh,
to
we're
come
gonna-
back in.
Yeah, we're gonna come back.
Okay. Second.
We're going into closed session?
We're just recessing into closed session.
Mayor and council, if you'd like, unless there's someone who wants to wait, you can adjourn from closed session. We could get that minute order and time of adjournment to the clerk and anybody who stays after.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
We can do an
Adjourn to
adjournment
closed
right now.
session, you'll adjourn your meeting from there.
Okay, so I'm going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Angela Boone. On Sunday, March 13th, 2020, the city unexpectedly lost one of its beloved employees, Angela Boone. Angela was the voice and smiling face behind the scenes in code compliance. Angela began her career with the city on December 13th, 2010. She started as a part-time office specialist and was eventually promoted to senior office specialist. In addition to being a top-notch professional with an exemplary work ethic, Angela was a code enforcement mom, life of the party, and particularly enjoyed dressing up for every holiday and special occasion. Angela was respected and well-liked by both her colleagues and supervisors. She will be sorely missed, and she will certainly not be forgotten.
Absolutely. And if I may, Mayor, I want to give a huge shout out to our code enforcement division. I know they're going through a tough time right now. She was a family to them, or a mother, I should say, to them. And the city supports them 1,000%. And we will not forget Angela. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Second the motion.
Okay, yeah, we got the second for.
Now we need to read the, I'll read it. I got it right. So we'll adjourn to the regular meeting to be held on April 5th, 2022 at 4 p.m. for the purpose of conducting the long-term financial plan workshop. The regular business meeting will commence at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Cali Seville, San Clemente, California.
Councilmember Noblock,
Yes.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
And Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 4-0.
Thank you.
So that'll be, if that adjournment will be effective after your closed session, Mayor.